Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the Shoot Extraordinary Conference. How are you all today? What is going on in your world? Where are you watching from right now? Super curious. Leave note in the chat. Let us know where you are watching from. I don't know about you guys, but I have had such a great time over the course of the last few days learning from all the amazing educators here during Shoot Extraordinary. If you don't know me, I am Michael Anthony, and I am the Vice President of Sales and Marketing here at Lensbaby. And before we get into today, I just wanted to take a moment and say huge thank you to all of you for watching, for participating, and for being a part of this. And a gigantic thank you to all of the amazing Lensbaby team who have put this together. So huge shout out to everyone here at Lensbaby, and of course to all of our incredible educators for putting in all of their beautiful and educational time, effort, and energy into making this one of the best conferences ever. I don't know about you, but I've learned so much over the course of the last few days, and I'm excited to learn more today. As I say, there is always more to learn. And as you may know, if you have not been paying attention, we have a huge giveaway happening today. One of the biggest giveaways in the history of Lensbaby, where someone is going to win a $1,000 Lensbaby gift card, a Sony A7C camera, a Fundy membership, and a featured blog post and newsletter for lensbaby.com. And that giveaway will be happening at some point today. So I'm not going to tell you when, but I'm very excited. And I cannot wait to announce that winner, who we have not drawn yet, but we will. So please, over the course of the day, make sure that you're interacting. Make sure you like this and share it and comment and tell your friends and get everybody around involved. Because over the course of the day, we are still going to be doing all kinds of fun and exciting giveaways. And we, of course, have other cool things happening. So where are you watching from? The suspense. Yes, absolutely. We want to make it as suspenseful as possible, as if there's not enough chaos in 2021. So I'm so excited to be here with you today. We're going to be joined by Susan Curry, by Craig Strong, again, Rachel Shomsky, Emma Davis, April Milani, Robert Pugh, and Kate Haley. And we have so many incredible events today. The Dharma of Lensbaby, the art of storytelling, creative light, and one of my personal favorite genres, travel and street photography. So I'm super excited. I cannot wait to get started with you all here today. And someone asked, do you have to be online to win the prize? No, of course, we will let you know if you have won the grand prize, but there are prizes we are giving away in real time that you need to be here for. So that said, we'll be giving away prizes all day long to people who are engaging and participating. People have asked, will there be a replay? Yes, of course, we will have replay out this evening. That will happen. We will also be posting all of these videos over the course of the coming days onto our YouTube channel, onto lensbaby.com, and everywhere else. So if you missed it, if you can't watch live, if you still can't catch the replay, like, we get it. We know people have lives, we all do. So we will put this information back out. And so I'm very excited. Cannot wait to get started with you all here today. We'll see watching from all over the world: Indiana, Pennsylvania, the UK. I think I saw, who's the farthest away right now? The Netherlands. That's incredible. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll speak on behalf of the entire Lensbaby team here. We appreciate every one of you for spending your valuable time with us. We know how important time is to each and every one of you, and it means the world to us that you'd be willing to. We know these days are long. It's 4 days in a row. Some of you have been here all 4 days, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you for that. But without further ado, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to get started with Susan Curry as we discover the Dharma of Lensbaby. This one I'm particularly excited about. So I don't know about you, but I'm ready. So let's get started. Day 4, Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2021.
I think at the end of the day, what we do as photographers is reveal truths. We go out, we see something, we express that beauty, and we reveal its essence, its truth. And I'm not referring necessarily to truth as fact, but more truth as soul of a moment, the soul of a person. Welcome everyone to Truth is Beauty and to the Lensbaby Shoot Extraordinary Conference. My name is Susan Curry and I'm a West Palm Beach based photographer. And over the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to share with you some of my history in working with these lenses, some of the reasons that I'm so passionate about them and the difference I find they make in the images I create, and also some best practices for really making them sing. We're also going to take a little field trip. But first up, I just wanted to say a great big thank you to Craig and to Michael and to the entire Lensbaby team for inviting me to be a part of this. I'm so honored to be here amongst all these extraordinary photographers, and I'm really looking forward to a terrific event. I invite you to use the space of these next few frames to maybe just take a breath or two, collect your thoughts, set the hour of your clock to right now, and think about letting the content I'm about to share meet you wherever you happen to be today. If you're a veteran Lensbaby user, that's great. If you're new to Lensbabies, that's equally great. No need to take any notes here today. Just have a look and a listen. Should anything strike you here over the course of the next 30 minutes or so, feel free to take that in. I've been photographing people and life for over 2 decades now. And these days I tend to think of myself, refer to myself as a poet with a camera. It's really important for me to leave wide margins in the frames that I create, space in my pictures for the viewer to wander, to roam, to daydream. I've heard it said that a routine creates a landing space for the muse, and I'm a big believer in that. And my daily routine begins with a long morning walk. It's where I gather myself, collect my thoughts, and it's often where some of my best ideas quietly surface. I've been engaged in this practice for probably as long as I've been taking pictures now. And my route these days takes me along the Norton Museum of Art, where etched alongside the building is this wonderful language from John Keats. All I have to do is look up, and there it is for me. Every morning, I've taken it in. It's become for me like my daily affirmation. Beauty is truth. Truth is beauty. Any photographer will confess to the exorbitant amount of time we spend plotting not only our capture and our composition, but also our gear. Why? Because we want to nail it. We want to be precise. We want to be technically precise and nail that shot. And that was me for probably the first 10 years of my career as a professional photographer. But that all changed when I met the Lensbaby Spark. Here was this super compact, simple lens that you squeeze to get into focus, and then gave a slight tilt to bring a little bit of that dreamy quality to the margins of the frame. You set your camera to manual, you put this lens on, and you really just have some fun. You make some wonderful pictures, you make some happy accidents, but most of all, you're surprised. It's a lens that remains in my camera bag to this day because it's so light, it's so mysterious. It's a fabulous lens for shooting, especially street photography, I find. Even portraits, it's terrific. As I began to use this lens pretty quickly, I noticed I was relaxing some of that calculating that I just mentioned. I was finding peace with these surprises. There was a new shift in the way I was spending my creative energies. And absent that weight of trying to nail the shot, trying to be so precise, I noticed some space opened up for me to become a little bit more present with those moments in life that I found before my lens. I'm endlessly fascinated by light, how it finds its way in, the way it attaches to moments. It, for me, really is the root, the seeds of all my composing when it comes to making pictures. I follow its lead. It tells me a story. With my Velvet 85 and 56 lenses on my camera, in my ongoing search for light, once I find it, it seems to me all that I really need to do is, at that point, step out of the way. And what do I mean by stepping out of the way? It's about taking that huge amount of energy and attention on my shoots that I once allocated or mortgaged to technical precision and directing it towards getting quiet, showing up fully, and creating those conditions which allow for the reveal or the uncovering of the soul, the essence of my subjects. These are some images shot through the years using both of my velvet lenses. And as I turned to them more frequently, I noticed that I found myself beginning to make the images that I long sensed had in me, but were, for various reasons, not flowing through me. We're about to take a little field trip where I can hopefully show you a little bit of that story and how it unfolds, and show you a bit more of why I'm so passionate about these lenses. When I see a location that speaks to me, I tend to stalk its space and notice where the light leaks in. I think it's important to do a site visit before your subject shows up. In this case, we have the opportunity to work at this fabulous Addison Meisner designed home in Palm Beach, Florida, where I make my home. And so we're arriving a little early just to have a look at the light, have a look at the setting, get a feel for the energy of the room in which we might work. This is just a quick tour, and as you can see, there's light coming in from multiple directions here. And then I discover this one dining room area where the walls are just painted this magnificent rustic coral. The floors have their own charm. The light is pooling in, and it does not take long for me to arrive at just the spot where I think will work a little bit later in the day. So now we have our model here, and as you can see, we're in that spot with that magical illumination. She is self-styled by choice. I like to let my subjects really be at ease and comfortable before the camera. This is a really simple setup, as you can see. We're working with a reflector. I'm working with the Lensbaby Velvet 56 here. The camera's set on manual. We're moving a few things around, kind of making it up as we go along. And
let's see what we get when we try that.
Just taking advantage of some of that beautiful window light coming in, bouncing it back onto the subject.
A little tiny bit.
And while I am making some light adjustments to equipment, I'm really taking my energy and trying to let the subject open up, engage her, make her feel relaxed, not fussing so much with hair and makeup and lights, but just establishing a little rapport with her as I begin to pick up the camera. So let's have a quick look here at a bit of what we captured during that shoot. These next few images are pretty much straight out of the camera, and I find that making that upfront investment of getting intentional about lighting and setting and also creating a relaxed space for the subject really do all the work for you in advance. There's very little post-processing that needs to happen, especially with these lenses. They have that nice, natural, timeless, dreamy, poetic look, and that's not something that I create in in Photoshop or any other post-processing tricks. So here we have another gorgeous model placed in that same setting, and let's have a look at what we capture here. So we're still using the velvet, and I tend to keep the aperture at about 5.6. Again, very little post-processing done here, other than sometimes adding a little texture or maybe converting to black and white or some version of that. You can see this coral wall and her blue eyes and that fuchsia dress, just really making some magic here. Here's a quick look at the way these images come into Lightroom. You can see they're pretty much ready to go.
And then just take your eyes to the camera. Okay, great. And then what if you just do something with your hair, kind of like that?
Like that?
Yeah. Does that feel okay?
Yeah.
This looks kind of fun.
I mentioned earlier my ease of direction when it comes to these photo shoots, and in this case we had a third model come along out of nowhere, a younger sister who was not planning to be in the shoot, but she jumped in beside that window. Again, those eyes really began to pop. She brought this fan that she picked up somewhere along the way, and it sort of served as a reflector. And who can argue with that face? If that isn't beauty. I spent the first decade or so of my career as a photographer capturing children. So I guess it's only fitting that we stick with that age group as we move on to a little glimpse of working with these lenses outdoors in natural lighting. And here we're going to work with both the Velvet and the Sol 45. So we've got two brothers, two fabulous brothers we're working with here. And again, you can see the setup is really pretty basic. The light is stunning here. There's really no need for a reflector at this point. There's not a lot of interference here between me and the subject. Just trying to give him some time to unfold, not directing, just witnessing, waiting on some subtle reveal, allowing him to breathe, relax into his body, and share with me a story of some sort. Here's a look at a bit of what we captured. Again, these are pretty much straight out of the camera. Maybe a little playing around with shadow, but not much. And then here's a look at an image shot with the sole, and you can see there's a little more drama here. That tack sharp focus at the center, and then the edges kind of streaming away. And here comes subject number 2. And here I've elected to take the camera off of the tripod, be a little more mobile, play around with some different heights, some different angles. Again, the lighting is terrific here. There's really no need for any reflecting. Here's a glimpse of what we captured in just a few frames. Very few outtakes here. Nice relaxed energy. The lighting is lovely. The subject is speaking to my lens, as you can see. And in this instance, the only post-processing was removing some of the color. I spoke earlier of sometimes making it up as I go along, and here's a glimpse of that in action. We're just about finished with the shoot, and I'm sensing there's a little more in this gentleman that I can tease out. And nothing like some bubbles to make that happen. Using the Sol 45 lens here. And again, you can see a little bit of the difference moving away from the Velvet 56.
If I don't get a good photograph out of this, I'm telling you, then I should get into another line of work.
Here I'm really just listening, looking, and waiting on that slow reveal. Creatively, for me, Lensbabies have really transcended my vision as a photographer, as an artist. I can't say enough about the magical qualities of these lenses and the joy and wonder and ease that they return to my photography. For me, they're the conduit through which I channel the beauty that I see, the truth that I see. Among its many translations, the Sanskrit term dharma is often defined as the way. The implication of dharma is that there is a right or a true way for each person to carry out their life in order to serve both themselves and others. As creatives, we make art to move ourselves and possibly to move others. In staying true to the former, we make the work that at some point may achieve the latter. Pictures are loopholes of escape to the soul, leading it to other scenes and spheres. They're books, histories, and sermons we can read. It's been an absolute pleasure to share this time with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I so appreciate these moments to share with you a bit of my practice, to share with you a bit of the way that I move through the world as a photographer. I'm eternally grateful to the team at Lensbaby, both for producing these lenses, but also for inviting me to participate in this fabulous, fabulous event. If you'd like to know more about me and my teaching schedule, you can visit my website at susancurrycreative.com. On Instagram, you can find me at Susan Curry Creative. If you'd like to know more about my brand new book, Superflow, Light Up the Artist in You, feel free to also visit my website. And to each of you, I send my blessings. I say happy shooting. Art to the rescue.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
All right. Okay. Craig Strong here with Lensbaby to talk with Rachel Chomsky today. Rachel is a professional photographer living in Detroit, Michigan, and Rachel has embraced life and knows something about moving through fear to discover what's on the other side. So today I want to talk about that, and that relates to Lensbaby's mission statement, which is we empower artists to move through fear to discover extraordinary creative freedom. So, hello, Rachel.
Hi. So nice to thank you for having me. So nice to be here. I'm good.
Yeah, good. So I put this statement out to you and said I wanted to talk, and you jumped on the opportunity. What about this statement about moving through fear to find your creative freedom? What about that resonates for you?
I mean, you had me at the word freedom. I, as you know, grew up in a religious cult, and there's a lot that I could say about that, but most of my fear was sort of more about my upbringing, my early childhood development and that kind of thing. But yeah, when you said that, I started to think about it. I thought when you put that whole phrase out there, I started to really think about what my fears are, what they're rooted in, and so that's kind of where I'm going to take this, because I had a hard time thinking about it. Wasn't really I don't have fear wrapped up in the cult anymore like that, to that degree. That wasn't part of my journey, but there was other fear from early childhood that I know that I still live with. Mm-hmm. So that's the things, that's the fear that I want to talk about, as it is more relatable to my everyday. And something that people don't realize about early childhood development is that, traumatic things happen to children all the time, and adults will say, oh, well, they're resilient, they'll bounce back. Kids always bounce back, and they do, but you don't actually have any clue the lasting impact that event can have on a child, whether you caused it on purpose or not. There are so many things that can attribute to someone's fear. So on top of that, growing up in the 80s and, oh, do we wear seatbelts? Do we need a car seat? Kind of crazy type of stuff that we were growing up with. On top of that, in the cult, my father just didn't like children. He didn't like noise. I was always afraid of being around him. I don't remember a time when I wanted to be near my father. And so, yeah, seriously. And I mean, the fact that I can say this and not cry about it, is I mean, and it used to make me cry, and I realized it was because I felt guilty. Because I wasn't interested in him, but he did so much to push me away. He hurt the people I love the most, more than he hurt me, and that hurt me in a different way. And so, yeah, I would say until we left him, the year right before I turned 10, until that time, I would say every day I lived in constant fear. Wow. And stuff like being afraid to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, because if you were to wake the monster, he's the best when he's sleeping. So stuff like that, you develop bedwetting habits, and we all kind of had issues like that for a while. I mean, we were afraid of him all the time. And yes, there were moments when he would be in a good mood. Nobody cared about. Nobody cares that you were bipolar and sometimes in a good mood and didn't treat yourself. Nobody wants any part of you once you've done those things. Mm-hmm. So most of us are pretty much no contact with him for the most part. Even if it's not like, I'm not afraid of my father. I mean, I even saw him a couple summers ago, and it was like totally random and it was unexpected. And I was just like, oh, hey, and I hugged him, whatever. He talked to me a little bit, tried to explain the internet to me. I mean, I'm not afraid of him. You know, he did his damage a long time ago. But what he left was anxiety, depression, PTSD, and all of this stuff that for the longest time, I did not know that I had. And it was the reason I couldn't handle everyday social situations that certain people handle just fine. You know, I tend to overreact or have a panic attack. And I didn't know what those things were. I didn't know that that was what was going on with me. So in relation to, so there are negative impacts that fear has had on me. It has made me very distrusting of people, sort of from the beginning. Like I've have difficulties both trusting people and not judging them from the beginning. Like I've had to have some serious self reflection therapy and just understanding of what's going on because of the way I was brought up and taught to be this way. So I've been unpeeling onion layers for a while. So with regards to like running a business and talking to people and just having a photography life, I felt on one hand, it was easy for me to do because I can hide behind my camera. I don't like to be the center of attention. I don't want to be the one everyone's photographing. I would rather hide. You know, when a guest have told me, have asked me if were you at the ceremony? I didn't see you. I'm like, yes. You know, I'm stealthy. I'm wearing black and I'm wearing quiet shoes and I don't want to be seen. So, but it's also, it's me being really overcoming fears to walk, first of all, to walk into certain churches, but also to do my job. When I think at any time, everybody could be looking at me and I just have to pretend that they're not.
Right.
And they're really not, you know, but this is a genuine fear of mine. This has been, I used to have like almost full on panic attacks before almost every wedding for years. And this was before I was in therapy and really understood a lot about what was going on with me. But like I would fall into it. My husband would notice the pattern and he would be helping me shoot most of my wedding. He helps me shoot most of my weddings. And he would like recognize the pattern about it. And so he would just like do what he thought, he was driving, we're just on the way to the wedding. I'm just like, I can't do this today. I cannot shoot this wedding. Even though I never messed one up, I just couldn't handle starting it. I just had this fear. So yeah, once he realized what was going on, not that it was a panic attack, we were still like trying to figure all that out. He would just tell me, reassuring me with words. And it's the only time I ever needed to hear those words. Like I'm not, words of affirmation or not, that's not my love language. It's nothing to do with that. He's just really just telling me like, remember they hired you, you're good, you can do this. And so that was a genuine problem for me for a long time.
That's
and
really
it was
powerful.
Little stuff, like I still could get hung up over any event that if I've set up some boundaries. I've stopped shooting with certain people, for certain people. I have safe people that I work with now, and I make sure that I guard myself in every situation as much as possible because I know my triggers and I know what can hurt me. And if I'm not calm, then it's not going to be, I can't be an artist. I can't be me. So yeah, that's kind of how it's played out in relation to my photography for my wedding business. There's a whole different side to my work, my creative side, and I'm going to get into that.
So let me just comment. That's an amazing story about some really significant fears that have transferred over into things that affect you every day. And good job. I am so, honored to be able to talk to you about that and to have you share these things, because I mean, the way I'm seeing this thread is that fear of being noticed as a child because of what might happen really got you good at something that has served you well in your career, which is to be able to not be noticed and to capture the world around you in a way that you're not influencing it. And that's pretty great. I mean, you actually took a traumatic lesson that you learned that I'm sure you wish to some extent you wouldn't have had to learn, and you had applied it to your career.
I know that I shouldn't have had to go through hell. Nobody should.
Yeah.
Nobody should have to. No child should ever have to endure that. This whole thick skin thing, or I had it worse. No, nobody should have to go through that. But it happened. And it gave me some really rare gifts. And I can be emotional. I'm going to try to rein this in. I know we've all talked about that sweet girl, Gabby. That was just such an unfortunate, horrible situation. What came out from her tragic death, a bunch of people enraged that we don't teach our girls to leave abusive situations. And that's not the message that we should be sending. You can't. My mom grew up in a really loving home. She, her parents had a great marriage. And she still fell in love with my dad as a teenager, married him at 18, became a mother at 19. You just have no clue how difficult it can be to get out of an abusive relationship. You don't even know you're in one sometimes. And one of the gifts I took was I can spot a controlling man from a mile away. And I would never, ever let myself be in a situation like that.
Wow.
And I'm here to defend any victim and any person that says you should just leave. You don't know what you're talking about. It isn't like that. It isn't like that especially in these religions, because the women it's almost like it's a mortal sin for a woman to leave her husband, not the other way around.
Right.
But it's more so that women end up breaking away because they're all being controlled. So that's another genuine fear of mine. Men in general, I'm way more cautious to, trust them in any capacity, in any type of relationship. I'm just like, my guard is always up. And I'm just like shaking talking about it. Like, this is something I'm overcoming to even talk about this. This is, I don't want to be that way. I don't want to have all these fears, but I know enough about how things work that I can't really be another way. I can't turn that off. And well, it's really hard sometimes in our industry. Yeah. And that has come up.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And yeah, and that's a whole other conversation that isn't part of this, but it definitely, women working weddings have challenges that we have to deal with that male photographers don't.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have to deal with it almost, not every wedding, it's not that dirty, but yeah.
Wow.
It can be.
Well, it is something that I haven't seen, because I'm in a spot that I, it's foreign to me. So I appreciate you sharing that kind of big picture view. You talked about the way that your career has been influenced by, one is wanting to be a fly on the wall, wanting to not be noticed, and not, and that came out of some of the trauma that you went through. Are there other ways that your fears have influenced what you've gone toward and learned?
I will say I have a genuine fear of being controlled. So I have this personality of defying rules, not rules that are good rules that make sense, but rules that don't make sense. I have a really hard time respecting. So when we're talking about, you can talk about wedding photography, fine, but I'm really just talking about photo photography in general. And I want to break all the rules when they don't make sense. And so I started to learn that about myself. And it's why I have all those weird lenses. It's why I kept trying to push the limit and do whatever everyone was saying not to do. Even so much as to defy the order that, oh, your business should be about 90% business and 10% art. And I was like, no, I'm in this for the art. I'm always in this for the art. So regardless, I mean, I'm not loaded. Nobody knows me. I'm not doing, I'm not this big businesswoman, and I'm okay with that. Based on what you've just heard, I've learned about my boundaries, my limits, and I can't be up here. Yeah. I always have to be down here. So it's with my wedding work and my clients and stuff, with my experiments, with my personal projects, which is where Lensbaby has come into play over the years. I have all the freedom I want, and I have all of the lost my train of thought. So here's a pause. Good luck with that segue. Okay. What I was trying to say is, when I look at the rules of photography, like, oh, we have to frame this way, or, make sure the hands are perfectly molded. Like, I sort of just got so bored with all of those things. I'm like, that's not what I want to do. Like, I see a lot of the same work over and over again. And in the wedding industry, and then everyone was blogging and everyone's wedding, and then like you start to see everyone's work is looking the same, and it can be really hard to separate yourself. So I was always trying to shoot that way. Like, I'm trying to, separate myself, and whether or not I was succeeding, I don't know, but I was definitely trying. And then Lensbaby came along, and you were always around. I mean, I had one with my old Canon, but I didn't play with it enough. It was probably like the original Muse or something. I sent it to my friend. She has a Canon. You gotta pass it along, pay it forward. So the Velvet 56 was the first baby that I really explored, and I'm still exploring it. We have plans. It's just been, and I love the creative freedom I have with something that isn't normal, because it's like, it's forcing you to think about something else. Every single piece that you've given to us has something unique to it, and I still don't know all the pieces, and it's really fun to explore that. And it's taught me that it's sometimes better to make a mistake, because that's when you find the magic. So the things I stumble across because I think this plan of mine is going to work, and then I start to do it, and it's like, and so as you're rearranging and you come onto something, right? That's kind of how it is every time I set aside a model and a camera and a Lensbaby and just put those things together. We always find something new. Always. And
so
sorry?
what I'm struck with is, it seems like the really big, significant kind of, earth-shaking fears that immobilize many of us for a time, that you pushing through that has made you somewhat fearless. Like you don't really care about what people think you should be shooting, is what I'm hearing. And so those little fears are like, yeah, whatever, somebody can look at my work or my business and say I'm doing it wrong. That's okay. Is that a good take?
Yeah, they can, because and it's, forgive me, but I get, and it's a few times, and it's come across in some of the ads. I've had people comment on photos that you guys have used in ad work, photos that I created. I get salty. Okay. I get salty when someone comes to the table to critique something. I'm like, and I try, oh, thank you so much for stopping by. We did this because, then other times I'm just like, what, man, what'd you come here for? It's like, I don't care, but I also don't want you to be negative about art. Like, I have a very strong opinion about, strong feelings about, art being subjective. And the whole point is to see in a new way. This is what I saw that day. If I went back there, that was 5 years ago, I can't, I'm not going to explain something I shot 5 years ago. I think I actually said that one time. I'm not going to explain this. But yeah, especially when I wanted to leave the cult a lot earlier than I got to. And it resulted in me just not growing as much, there was so much about the world that I didn't understand for a very long time. But I always wanted out since my teen years, since I can remember, even though I didn't really know that was what I was wanting. So yeah, I have an aversion to certain things. One of those is just organized rule, and for no good reason. So for me, it's like, it really is, I'm fighting it every step of the way. So if, forgive me, you got an old geezer there, like, oh, that's not sharp enough, or I need F4 or this or that. I'm like, seriously, I'm gonna fall asleep. We've done that for decades. Photography has been super sharp and crisp for decades. Like, give us what we want, give us our velvet glow. And I will challenge anyone who says that they're not sharp wide open. They are. You're just not doing it right. I'll defend that till I die. There's nothing wrong with those lenses, but it just, yeah, I feel very passionate about the whole point of everything you've created is to give people something new to think about, something, a new creative way to discover. And it's working, it's an amazing world. The Lensbaby world is just incredible. And so, yeah, I have to laugh at some of these individuals that come to the party to criticize. And it's like, that is the exact opposite of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to uplift artists, give people interesting tools, and hopefully helpful tips on how to, achieve some cool things that you can't do with other gear. You just can't. Yeah. You've got stuff that nobody else has. And that's, that's really awesome. So it keeps me going.
Well, you're going strong, Rachel. You and I met at a Parker Pfister workshop in Asheville, North Carolina, and from the get-go, I just realized, oh my goodness, she sees no limits. Like Rachel it sees possibility everywhere. And that's why I love sending you a brand new lens to test, because I know you're going to find things that I never saw, and that our users are going to discover eventually. Maybe some of them will, but will they share it? And you're so open and excited about what's possible, and I love that. And that's really what photography is about. Nothing we're going to photograph has happened yet, and so everything is about possibility. And you seem to approach life that way, and it's fun. It's fun to know you.
Oh, thank you. Honestly, I think the photography industry can be very competitive. I've seen that from the beginning. I definitely was, you know, I've been yelled at by an old man that's ready to retire and frustrated that the whole industry has changed. I had nothing to do with, you know. There's been huge shifts in this industry for sure, and I just feel like I would rather be on the sharing side. I don't want to. I'm not your competition. I don't want to be anyone's competition. Not in my art, not in with my wedding work, like. So I do want to be a teacher. I do want to be the person that shares the unique things I find, because it keeps people picking up their camera, you know, and if it brings me that much joy to create something, to discover something, then I know other people will feel that way too.
Yeah.
There's nothing more satisfying when you're, as an artist, when you have a breakthrough, whether it be from the particular gear, or you discovered out some lighting thing, or you follow your niece down into this little holler cave of a tree down to the side of the creek. Yeah, it's a pretty spot and we're shooting, and then I turn around and I was like, no, that's the spot. And that was the Omnicolor system email blast photo, the silhouette of her in the dress. And Omnicolor thing is just my favorite thing you did with Omni, and I'm obsessed with it. And that shot was just the best thing, my favorite thing that I did on that whole beta experience.
Wow.
And if I hadn't just gone with my niece to, okay, we'll check this, I wouldn't have seen that. And I wouldn't have maybe even tried to make a silhouette.
Right.
But it was, you know, so yeah, I listen to my clients. I listen to my muses. I like to coordinate with them, get their ideas. I'm not afraid to let my subjects help come up with some ideas. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the only person creating. And that's important. That's a thing that photographers can also, I can see get hung up on, like, they wouldn't want to take their clients or someone's suggestion. But I think if you work with people long enough, you know, you get that relationship. But I get way more ideas from non-photographers sometimes, and they don't even know what they're. Do you remember the bokeh experiment with the velvets, the front bokeh?
Yeah.
Well, I was looking through and showing some of my nieces, the little ones, the photos that we had created, doing that technique, and they want their own portrait like that. Okay, so we got to figure this out. What color do you want? Because, you know, I'm gelling the lights, and the little the youngest one is like, she's deciding between pink or purple, and then she's like, oh wait, no, rainbow. I want rainbow.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I gotta get 7 flashes. But this idea has not been implemented yet. I'm just telling everybody that I'm about to try it. I'm gonna give her this rainbow bokeh extravaganza someday if it kills me, but I just, what a cool idea, right? I mean, she's 5, but now I'm working on it, and it will happen because I want it to happen.
So describe your front bokeh. What did you do? What was your setup? And you know, the collaboration that you're talking about with your niece is so great. And but talk about that since we don't have slides up.
So with the velvets, everybody sees the cool rear bokeh, meaning the bokeh that happens with dappled light. You got to have like bits of light with those lenses for that to really glow. So you get that bokeh glow in the background, right? That's behind your subject if you're focusing on the eyes. So front bokeh would be anything in front of your focal plane, plane of focus, right? I was holding up, it was a glittery fabric. I was doing close-ups of her face. The fabric was sparkly, so I knew we were going to get that glow. And I just pulled it to the side. And so the fabric being glittery, the light hit it and it created those bokehs in the front. If I don't light them up and I don't put them in the frame, you're not going to see them.
Yeah.
So it's a very specific setup, and which is why it took us a whole other year to go back to that concept and nail it again. But it was well worth it.
And so describe that bokeh in the foreground. Like how is it different?
They're sharper.
Okay.
They're bigger, and they're like crisp, full-on circles. And there's
so they're like bubbles, like
definitely bubbles. And because it was a glittery fabric and just like line after line, I mean, there's just millions of bubbles. Like,
yeah,
you could really go nuts with this, especially with macro photography. Yeah, for sure. So I can't wait which we tried to do. I tried to do the rainbow concept with that other project we did recently, and I quickly realized that my concept, which is why I haven't completed the rainbow concept, because my first try ended in what I already posted. And hey, that was a beautiful job that we did, and I'm so super proud of it. But Evie Joy wants all 7 colors, and she's going to get them.
That's awesome. I love that window into your process with your clients, because I know in the past you've had clients request Lensbaby stuff, and there's been, because you've shown that work before, and it's just, I mean, it just shows that the risks that you're taking are paying off and resonating, and that's what a great thing for a business person and an artist.
Yeah, I wish I had more time at weddings to do that. And usually what ends up happening is the last thing I want to do is take up any more extra time.
Yeah.
And I'm very casual with my wedding clients. I don't sorry, there's sorry about that. I don't I let them decide what their day is. I'm there to guide them and help them belong, but I want them to enjoy their day. So there's no script that I'm running. And a lot of times we get 10 minutes, So yeah, it can be a challenge, but I've learned to, for the most part, separate it, because that way I have ultimate freedom on one side and ultimate responsibility to my clients on the other side. So that's why I have this kind of weird gulf between my personal work and my wedding work. And maybe that needs to be my goal for this next year, is to buck up. Why haven't I been bringing more Lensbaby to the table at weddings? I mean, I used to, but then it got to be like, oh, I'm carrying all this gear around,
Yeah.
You saw my bag. I brought like 10 lenses to a workshop I mean, I was like all in, and it's like, I could go nuts at any event, and I just have had to like rein it in, because I do light receptions with off-camera flash, and I'm not all this gear I'm carrying around, but
Sure.
Maybe that should be my goal this year, is like, okay, just bring one,
Well, I love that this has come full circle from some really big, significant fears in your life to actually, you seem like a superhero, fearless, when it comes to actually taking risks in ways that a lot of us feel anxiety about. Like putting stuff out there that's different is anxiety producing. And for you, like, it's a small fear. And yet at the same time, you're also still challenging yourself to say, hey, maybe this is something that I should pay attention to, as far as doing more creative lens work at weddings and enjoying that more, and serving yourself and serving your clients. I so appreciate the conversation that you have opened up here today with us and given us a window into your experience and how fear has help motivate you to do some great things and to grow as a person. And it really helps us all.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you stay to the end and you're watching this and you're afraid of something, just do it. Just make that mistake and learn from it, because the reward on the other side is pretty awesome. And Craig, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. I really enjoyed it. And I didn't even know this about myself. I got to put this together, but thank you for pulling it out of me.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
And I'm not a superhero, because this is one-on-one. You can't, if there was like even 10 people, I would not be able to speak. Like that fear is still very real. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak when I normally would not be able to use my voice at all.
You're very welcome, Rachel. It's an honor to have a conversation with you and hear how you're facing life. It's an inspiration. Thanks.
See you soon.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
Bye. Okay, you too. Bye.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary. dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hi everyone, Emma Davis here. I am a photographer from Sydney, Australia, and I am going to talk to you today about the art of photographic storytelling and how I use Lensbaby lenses in my work to help tell my stories. I think I have always been drawn to storytelling photography. My father was a prolific photographer who documented the stories of my childhood in on film and in print, which he pasted painstakingly into albums. We have over 12,000 prints from the first formative years of my life. And I grew up in a big, busy family with lots of noise and lots of color. And I love that all of that was documented. And now that I have my own family, I have 6 children of my own, age between 3 and 18. I love that they're growing up in a similar home filled with chaos and color. And so it's become my responsibility to document all of those little moments for them. I've got them at the moment, every stage covered from toddler right through to adult. So there's never a dull moment. When my oldest was born in early 2003, digital cameras were still relatively new and quite expensive. So her baby albums are still filled with old style prints. And I've got boxes and boxes of negatives, which I've been storing for nearly 2 decades now. But this is why I'm so passionate about documenting all these memories, because when my children are grown and when they have their own children, I want them to be able to share the memories of their childhood with their children in the same way that I share mine with them. So let's get started by looking at photographic storytelling. What is storytelling photography? So storytelling describes the social and cultural activity of sharing stories, sometimes with improvisation, theatrics, or embellishment. Every culture has its own stories or narratives, which are shared as a means of entertainment, education, cultural preservation, or instilling moral values. I want to begin with one of my favorite quotes from Dorothea Lange, who was a fabulous documentary photographer. And she says, "Photography takes an instant out of time, altering life by holding it still." I think this is where the storytelling comes in for me, capturing these moments as they happen and storing them forever. And documentary photography is storytelling in its purest form, but I think in reality the kind of storytelling photography that I enjoy probably sits somewhere between the careful curation of lifestyle portraits and then the gritty purism of true documentary photography. So the fundamental objective, obviously, is to capture authentic moments, and that's the documentary part. But we also want to do that in a way that's aesthetically pleasing, and that's the lifestyle part. So that's where we look at the elements that we can control in order to more effectively tell our stories. So I'm just going to give you a quick run through of what we're going to cover in this presentation. First of all, we're going to look at the story that you're trying to tell. So what is the story that you're trying to tell? Who is in the story? Where it takes place? And most importantly, why do you want to tell this story? So for me, the what is the story of my children's childhood. And some of those moments are random, spontaneous, everyday happenings, and some of them are the big sort of Christmas milestones and teeth lost and all of those rite of passage moments. So obviously in my story, the who is my children. For you, it might be your pets, it might be other family members. You might be the only person in your story. You might be telling the story of a nature trail that you like to walk near your home, and that's fine too. Where does your story take place? Is it at home? Is it at a favorite holiday location? And most importantly, why is this story important to you? Why do you want to tell this story? For me, as I've mentioned earlier, my why is so that my children will have a photographic record that they can look back on and share with their children and their grandchildren when they're grown. So once you've worked out what the stories that you're trying to tell, we'll move on to talking about planning your story, which is the how. How do you want to tell your story? The location you choose, the gear you use, how you compose your images, and the way that you use light. We're also going to look at embracing emotion. One of my favorite quotes, "Don't shoot the way a moment looks, shoot the way it feels." And then finally, I'll take you through start to finish editing one of my images and how I inject nostalgia and feeling into my images using creative editing techniques. So if we begin by talking about what are your stories, I'd just like to share a couple of images with you which form part of my storytelling. The first is this image of me sitting underneath a grapefruit tree sometime in 1981, I'm going to say. And there's a story that my dad tells of me when I was growing up. Apparently, I took all of the grapefruit that they used to keep in a bucket in the laundry once they'd collected them from the tree, and I put them all down the toilet and blocked up the toilet. So when I look at this image of me sitting there with my innocent little face and a handful of grapefruit, that's the story that this image always brings to mind for me. And then moving across, this is a far more recent image, as you can see. And this one was taken at a family shoot that we had earlier this year with a dear friend of mine, Sue Thorne. It was an extended family shoot. My parents were there, my siblings were there, their children were there. It was a bit chaotic. There was people everywhere. My son was dressed up in his best outfit for the photos, and all he wanted to do was get in the water. So come the end of the shoot, we couldn't keep him out of the water any longer. Him and his cousin were stripped off their clothes in the water in their underpants. And Sue was shooting some headshots for me to use for work. And when she was going through editing, she sent me this one and she said, "Do you want me to Photoshop Mikaida and my son out of the background?" And I said, "No, leave him there," because for me, that's part of the story of this moment. And it's part of what I do as a photographer and as a photographic storyteller, is I tell these stories. So I now use this as my headshot with my little guy in his undies in the water, and I just love the memories that this story brings back for me. So these are just some examples to give you an idea of the sorts of stories that you can tell through photographic images. So moving on to planning our story, the first thing that we need to think about is the location in which our story takes place. Now, sometimes that's going to be determined for you because, for example, if you're documenting your daily life, it's probably going to take place in or around your home. Other times you might be shooting with a specific story in mind, and so you might choose a location accordingly. And this image here is an example of that. I love autumn. It's my favorite season. I love the colors. I love the light. And so my older girls do a fit boxing class in the park every Tuesday afternoon. And my 9-year-old and I hang out and have kind of like date time together while they're boxing. So I asked her, she's my little muse, she's always happy to get in front of the camera. I asked her if she would like to come and take some photos with me in the park with the leaves. And I'd spotted this little grove in the middle of the main road as we were coming past the previous week, and I'd seen the leaves were starting to change. So I encouraged her to put on her little mustard coloured dress, which matched with the colour scheme I had in mind. And I, specifically had picked out this location. But I just want to go one step further and show you what the location looked like, not through my lens, because you can see that all around the park, all around the outside of the park, there's main roads, there's trees, there's lots of distractions. And so by using a long focal length and framing purposefully, I was able to frame out all of those distractions and create this gorgeous autumn image. So moving on, we'll talk about the gear that I use when I'm capturing my stories. So my primary camera is a Canon EOS R mirrorless, which I absolutely love. I'm obsessed with it. And I have my old Canon 6D Mark II DSLR as a backup. I tend to use that one for if we're going to the beach and I'm worried about getting sand or dirt in my lens. I don't like to take my mirrorless too close to the beach. And then my Lensbaby lens collection that I use, I've got the Sweet 35 and the Sweet 80, the Edge 50 and the Edge 80, the Trio 28, the Velvet 56, the Burnside 35, and then the Omni and Crystal expansion pack. My favorite storytelling lenses have to be the Edge because they give you that lovely free lensing kind of slice of focus. And I love the sort of nostalgic, sort of dreamy blur that they create. But I also use, for example, I use my Velvet 56 to do indoor portraits quite a bit. I love the Trio 28 for its versatility if I can only take one lens with me when I'm going somewhere. And I love the swirly bokeh that the Sweet 35 and 80 create. So they do all get plenty of use. So moving on to the way that you use color in your images. So think about the colors in the environment. For example, in the earlier image I shared with you of my daughter in her autumn, in the autumn trees, I had specifically asked her to wear that dress because I knew it was going to work well with the tones I had in mind. Similarly, I've used color theory in this shot using complementary colors of blue and gold or orange. With my son, these are his favorite gumboots, with his little blue trousers and his little gold mustard colored jumper, because I knew that that was going to fit in well with the colors in the environment. And then I shot this with my Edge 50, so I've got this gorgeous, I also had the Omni teardrop one, I've got this gorgeous golden haze. So the use of color in this image has really elevated it from being just a snapshot to something quite magical. And last of all, we're talking about planning. We need to talk about light. So obviously golden hour is my favorite time of the day to shoot. This image was taken at the river near our house when we were in lockdown for several weeks earlier this year, and we went there quite a lot. I knew the light was lovely there. I knew what time of the day the light was lovely there, and so I could always guarantee that I was able to to get some lovely shots down there. However, we also need to acknowledge that not all stories happen in perfect light. So, for example, with this shot, this was actually taken in the basement of the museum here in Sydney, and I'd taken the kids there for a day trip. My twins were actually doing a photography workshop at the museum, and I had my Velvet 56 on my camera. And as I was sitting waiting for them to come out of the bathroom, I spotted this big mirror in front of us and thought, I've got to capture a self-portrait in this mirror. And it just so happened that they happened to come streaming out of the bathroom and create this really cool effect. But the light was quite rubbish. You can see there's overhead fluorescent lights. It's quite dark and quite sort of gritty and industrial. So, I just adjusted my settings accordingly and went with it. I could have, if I'd worried about waiting for perfect light, I would have missed the opportunity to capture this moment. So the next thing that we're going to move on to is talking about composition and how you can use composition to strengthen your storytelling. So I always like to have a shot list when I start out, and that just gives me a guide. I'm thinking about how I'm going to tell my story, what shots would I like to include in it. For example, this one here of the footprints in the sand. Every time I go to the beach with the kids, this is kind of a staple that's always on my shot list. I like to capture the footprints. In this particular one, you can also see the shadows of my older children moving diagonally across the frame. Another example of a shot that I had on my shot list on this particular day was that we'd gone to the local netball courts. It was an overcast, cloudy day. There was lots of big clouds, and it had been raining for quite some time beforehand, so there was lots of big puddles. And so I saw the reflection as my children walked past and thought, I really want to capture, an awesome reflection shot. So I lined them all up along the puddle and shot to capture this reflection. So that was a definite sort of thought ahead and planned shot, which is, one of the elements that I like to include. But the other thing that's important is to have some flexibility and be prepared to follow their lead. So, for example, here I'm down on my tummy, I'm catching my kids as they slide down the slip and slide. You can see there's all this water bokeh here. And then here's my dad in the background. He was quite unwell at the time, and we brought him outside so that he could sit in the sun and watch the kids play. And they were just having so much fun. They were quite oblivious to the fact that I was there. I was just letting them go about what they were doing and just capturing them as I went. Always incorporate composition theory. Now, we all know about the rule of thirds. That's kind of the first lesson we learn as beginners. And it is an important one, but there are lots of other elements of composition theory that you can use. So in this image, for example, I have used the rule of thirds because I've got my subjects placed here on that right-hand thirds line, but I've also used scale because my subjects are so small in the frame against the scale of the sky. There's movement here because you've got the birds moving through the frame, and they're moving through the frame left to right, which is the direction in which our eye tends to read. photographs. So all of these elements of composition theory come together to help strengthen the storytelling. When you're looking at your composition, consider all of the elements in your frame. So, for example, are you going to include a particular element in your frame, and if so, why? Or are you going to exclude it, and if so, why? For example, in this shot, I really wanted to make sure that I captured some of these birds. It was sunset at the river that you've seen in some of the earlier images. And I had my aperture set really narrow so I could capture the sun flare behind, but I also really wanted to capture the birds because there were a lot of them flying around, and it adds some nice movement and interest. So I sat with my finger on the shutter button and basically just waited until the birds flew across the frame. And it was a really intentional inclusion in this particular image. So we also want to look at how you layer your story. So that's capturing all of the elements of the story, the small ones and the big ones. So you start off by stepping back and capturing the whole scene. So here again, we're at the river. I spent a lot of time there this year with 17 weeks in lockdown. This was our daily exercise spot. So you can see here I've got a nice wide view. I've used my Lensbaby Obscura 50 here. I was experimenting with it, playing around, and I really liked the effect. So that's given me this this nice wide skyline. It's given me lots of nice sky above, and then it's given me my children in the frame. So that adds context to the story, and it tells the whole story of where we are. It's also just as important to get in close and capture the smaller details. So in this image, you can see I've gotten in really close with a really tight crop and used a wider aperture to get my son's eyes. He's got the most beautiful eyes and these really long eyelashes in the frame, so that they're nice and sharp, and I've captured those beautiful details, and also the little Spider-Man suit which he refuses to take off. So capture a mixture of step back shots and also getting in close and capturing the details. I also want to talk about using blur as a storytelling device. It's one of my favorite ways to tell my stories, and that's why I love particularly my edge lenses, but also my sweet lenses, because they do add this glorious blur. And in this image, my son's wearing his baseball jacket, which kind of gives it a bit of a retro vibe, the colors in his bike, and then you've got this golden hour skyline, and you've got this glorious blur all around him, which just helps to add a real sort of vintage nostalgic vibe, as well as eliminate some of the background distractions and add whimsy. So I just wanted to also include a little word about focus, because obviously Lensbaby lenses are manual focus lenses, and that means that getting sharp focus can be a little bit trickier than with an autofocus lens. In the old days, we couldn't see. I learned on film and the old SLR cameras. We couldn't see if we nailed the shot until it came back from being processed, which often took a couple of weeks. So we had to settle for softer focus and less perfect images, because it was more important to capture the moment than to fuss over whether something was super sharp. I just finished going through some of the many thousands of photos my father took of his trips through Europe to put together a slideshow for his funeral. And many of those were, lacking in sharp focus, but certainly now, 50 years on, are really important memories and provide really important context of that time in his life. So it's less about achieving a perfectly sharp moment and more about capturing the story. You can see here that my dad's nice and sharp in the background here, whereas my son's sort of softly out of focus, as opposed to over here where the kids are more in focus and dad is softer. The final element when it comes to layering your story that we're going to look at is embracing the creative, and that's using the tools and techniques that you have at hand to inject some creative magic into your images. So you can see here I've got this gorgeous ring of fire, which is one of the cool effects that the Edge 80 has when you're shooting backlit or directly into the sun. You can also look at experimenting with other things like double exposure, either in camera or in Photoshop, layering one image on top of the other. Or with the Lensbaby Trio, you can actually create some pretty cool double exposure type effects using by setting the three lenses, setting it in between one of the three lens settings so that two are superimposed upon each other. And of course, there's the Lensbaby Omni ones, which I also love to keep in my camera bag. And they're really cool for creating some different sort of colored and textured flares as well. So we're now going to look at two different elements of storytelling. The first is to consider whether you're going to tell your story in a single frame. So if your story is going to be a single frame, every single element in your frame needs to contribute to the story. There needs to be a purpose for it being in the frame. So looking at this image, for example, that I took of my little guy on his scooter going down to the beach holding his big sister's hand earlier this year, where this is a place that we visit every summer for our summer holidays. So it's this strip of road is very familiar to us. We walk up and down this strip of road a dozen times a day while we're up at the beach. So every element of the surroundings here is familiar and brings context to the story. The rubbish bins that you can see are blurred here on the left. The blur kind of makes them not distracting, but they also add to the story because, you know, we remember that if you're walking down there on a Friday, which is rubbish day and it's summer and it's hot, that you can always smell the seafood rubbish in the neighbours' bins as you walk down the road. So that conjures up that powerful sort of scent memory. The bokeh up here in the trees, this little side street here that we always have to watch. You can see my daughter's watching to see if there's any cars coming. My little guy's red swimmers, which are his favourite because they're Lightning McQueen. All of the elements in this frame contribute to the story that I'm trying to tell. The other option you have is to create a storyboard. So that's where you gather a series of moments and bring them together by a single thread, either subject, color, location. Consider incorporating close-up and pullback shots, as we discussed earlier, you know, capturing the details and also capturing the whole scene. And also including the environment around you. So you can see in this storyboard, I've got a portrait of my daughter, which I use the Omni ones for, so you can see it's got this beautiful rainbow next to her. I've got her hands and the detail there of a little bunch of flowers that she picked quite spontaneously right as we were ready to leave, which ended up being one of my favourite shots from the session. And then some of the gorgeous autumn leaves with the bokeh behind them. And this abstract piece here, which I used the Omni teardrop wand for, and ended up framing to put on my wall, which is basically just a cacophony of colour and chaos that really summed up the autumn mood that day. So together, these four images work as a storyboard to tell the story, whereas individually the storytelling wouldn't be as strong in each image. So I'm now going to take you through the anatomy of a storytelling shoot, how I basically orchestrate or plan a shoot from start to finish. And the shoot that I'm going to feature is, that I'm going to take you through is one that I did at the beach with my children earlier this year. So the gear I took with me was my Canon 6D Mark II. As I mentioned earlier, I don't like to take my mirrorless in the sand. I'm a bit precious about it like that. My Lensbaby Edge 80 because it's my favorite storytelling lens and because it allows me to hang back a bit and let them sort of run around and just capture the action without having to be right up in their faces. And also the teardrop and melon wand, just because I knew it was going to be late afternoon sun. We were going to have a gorgeous sunset. I wanted to be able to capture some refraction and some light. So we went to North Kilkeel Beach in Sydney. It's not our closest beach, but it is my favourite beach to shoot at golden hour because of the direction that the sun sets in. So it was winter, so the sun was setting relatively early, I think around 5:30. We went out there in the late afternoon full sun to capture some full sun images to start with, and then moved into golden hour and sunset. So I had a shot list, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, and this was one of the shots on my shot list, capturing all 4 of the children. My 13-year-old had decided that she didn't want to come, and my 18-year-old was overseas at the time. So just the 4 of them that I had with me, I wanted to capture them sort of standing in the surf looking out to sea. So I did give them a little bit of direction for the shot. They were all kind of running into the surf anyway, but I just asked them to hold hands and kind of swing their little brother out into the waves a little bit so that I could capture the 4 of them. I will add that while I dressed my younger 2 in red purposefully because I wanted the red and blue combination with the water, I don't have much dictation over what my older children wear these days, so it was a complete coincidence that my older daughter happened to be wearing this gorgeous bright red jumper which pops really nicely against the water as well. So as well as capturing the photos of my children and what they were up to, I also like to capture photos which tell, set the scene and give a bit of a pullback of the context. So this was, I don't know any of the people in the shot, which is why I used blur to kind of obscure them a little bit, shooting into the sun. So I've got this gorgeous haze. You've got there was an older couple up here sitting watching the water, just to sort of, like if I was making a storyboard, add some context to the story. So later in the shoot, lost my slides. Later in the shoot, as the sun began to set, we moved up out of the water. And again, this wasn't necessarily on my shot list, but I did know where the sun was going to be setting, and I did give them some direction as to where I wanted them to build the sandcastles so that I knew that I'd be able to get the beautiful light behind them. And then I was able to use the Omni wands to get this gorgeous sort of refraction of light around them. This next shot was actually one of my top ranking images on Instagram when I shared it. I really wanted to get in close and capture the detail in their hands, little brother with big sisters, building the sandcastle. And then when I went to edit it, it just seemed to be crying out for a really high contrast, grainy, black and white edit. So I went with that, and like I said, it was hugely successful on Instagram. And then finally, the last shot of the shoot, just to tie it all up, is when they all went and jumped under the shower at the end. My little guy washing his hands, my daughter getting the sand off, just to kind of tie the storytelling to a close. We took some shots at the beginning, we take some shots at the end, and then of course there's all the bits in the middle. So that was how I ran that shoot from start to finish. And then there's another important piece, or probably for me, because I enjoy editing, the most important piece of any storytelling shoot is the editing that comes afterwards to inject magic into the image. So for this part, I'm actually going to take you through a full start to finish edit of how I've edited this image of my son at the park. You can see this is the before shot here. It was golden hour, but in order to get the exposure to keep him light enough and also retain the detail in the sky, I had to, compromise on the exposure a little bit. So I've added some warmth, adjusted the exposure, brightened him up a little bit, all in Photoshop. So I'll take you through that now. Okay, let's get started. So I like to start all my edits in Lightroom because it allows me to apply a preset which keeps all of my tones nice and consistent, and I'll go over that in a minute, but I just thought we'd start off just going through. I shot this with my Lensbaby Edge 80. My son was on the swing at the park. It was golden hour. There was all this lovely bokeh behind him, and I was actually sitting down on the ground underneath the swing in a kind of precarious position, trying to avoid getting kicked, obviously, by the swing, so that I could shoot up at him. I love using my Lensbaby lenses for shooting my kids on the swing because I find the manual focus much easier to use with this kind of motion, because I can focus it where I want to focus, and then just click the shutter as he comes up, whereas with autofocus it keeps trying to track him as he's moving. It's a bit challenging. So that's how I took the shot. My settings are ISO 2000 because it was quite late in the golden hour, so I was trying to make sure I had enough light on him, but also that I didn't overexpose the light in the background here. My shutter was 1/320 to allow for his movement, and then my aperture was at f5.6 because he was moving, and because I find that my Lensbaby lenses do have a slightly shallower depth of field than my standard primes. I do like to always shoot a little bit narrower. Generally, I aim for f4, but because he was moving here, f5.6 just gave me a little bit more scope, and I really wanted to make sure that his face was nice and sharp. So I'm going to start by applying my preset, which is Emma Fave, just here. I'm going to go through the panel and show you what the individual changes are that this makes. I've bought, as you can see, lots of presets over the years. Some of them I really like, others have been sort of a bit of a wasted investment, but the one that I use on all of my images now is a combination of a few different sets. I've pulled elements of split tones, elements of the HSL sliders into the combination that works the best for the type of images that I shoot. So just starting at the top here, I hasn't made any changes to the exposure. I'm actually just going to bring the exposure down slightly because this one's a little bit too bright. I like to, I try to avoid underexposing when I can because I don't want to see too much grain in post if I have to bring it up. I have the preset adds a little bit of contrast, drops all the highlights out, which is the way that I like to edit. Sometimes I need to bring a few back if the skin looks a little bit grey, but in this case I think it's fine. Shadows brings them up slightly because this is a backlit image that just brings up the light on his face and on his legs a little bit. Whites and blacks. Add a little bit of clarity, bring up the vibrance and the saturation slightly. I like my images to be quite bold, and I'm actually going to do a little bit more saturation on these boots when we get over into Photoshop. Slight adjustments to the tone curve just to add a little more contrast there. And then in the HSL sliders here, which you can see, I just make a series of adjustments. That's how I keep my tones consistent. I like my greens to be on the green-blue side rather than the yellow side, as I find our greens down here in Australia do tend to throw a bit of yellow. So I do strip out quite a lot of the yellow saturation and quite a bit of the green saturation as well. And just down here in the color grading, this used to be called split tones. I just like to add a little bit of warmth to my shadows and a little bit of cool to my highlights, just to keep my tones nice and consistent. Sharpening just sits at 25, noise reduction at 20. I will possibly adjust those again once I've been over to Photoshop. Enable the profile corrections. Obviously for Lensbaby you can manually select them here, but I'm not going to bother for this image. I'm not going to bother with transform. This, as you can see, the line of the swing is not quite straight here, but if I do try and straighten that, it's going to affect the angle that he's at, and I actually quite like, you know, the angle as it is. What I am going to do, now that I've got all the way down to the bottom, is I'm just going to pop back up here, and I am going to crop in a little bit. I'd like to get him closer to the rule of thirds line, and I also just want to crop out this extra bit of swing over here. This. There you go. So now he's got his boots right on that thirds line. We've still got lots of that lovely bokeh. You can see that he's sort of quite, there's room for him to swing into, so there's some negative space over here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Actually, I might just add a tiny touch more so he feels like he's centered and his boots are heading up towards that negative space. All right, so that's all I'm going to do in Lightroom at this stage. Now I'm just going to go photo edit in Adobe Photoshop to open it up in Photoshop. Jump over here to Photoshop. It takes a minute to open up. Here we go. All right, so the primary things that I'm going to do in Photoshop is I'm going to add a light overlay to add some warmth and depth to the image. And then I'm going to use some levels and curves layers just to really make my sun pop and some saturation on his little boots. So the first thing I'm going to do, there's no, I'll do a tiny bit of healing up here. So I'm going to go Control J, it's Command J if you're on a Mac. I'm going to grab a little healing tool there. I've got it nice and small, and I'm just going to get rid of these couple of little spots up here. I mean, that's just being completely nitpicky. They're not that distracting, but while I'm here, I might as well get rid of them. as well. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to apply my light overlay. So I'm going to go File, Place Embedded. Then I'm just going to navigate to the folder where I have my light overlay saved, which is here. Now these are Jessica Drossin overlays from the Lightscaping pack. This is my favorite overlay, light overlay set, and I use these all the time. So that's applied. I'm just going to go Soft Light. And you can see that's just added a bit of warmth here, and also just a bit of shape around here. Now, the important thing when you're using a light overlay, so think about where the light is coming from in your straight out of camera image, and then match that to the direction of the light from your light overlay. So when I shot this, the sun was setting behind these trees up here. So by applying that overlay with the light coming in this direction, it follows with the natural way that the light is coming across his face just here. So it makes sense. If I'd had the light coming from the other side, it would look sort of off balance, because obviously you can see the light's coming from here. All right, so now I'm going to add a levels layer. I'm going to do that by jumping down here. I'm going to go New Adjustment Layer Levels. I'm just going to bump this one up a little bit just to brighten. I'm going to bump this one up a little bit. Then I'm just going to bring in a little bit of black. There. And then I'm going to close that group. And if you just look, that's just brightened it up ever so slightly. Then I'm going to add a curves layer to add a little bit more contrast. So similar to the tone curve in Lightroom, I'm just going to pull this into a tiny little S curve there, like that. And then you'll see if I turn that off, that's just added a little bit of, tiny little bit of contrast and depth. I'm then going to duplicate this levels layer, Control J or Command J to duplicate that. As you can see, that's made the whole image now a little bit too bright. I really only want that brightness on my sun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Control I or Command I if you're on a Mac, and that inverts that layer. So my layer mask is now black. I'm going to grab a white brush from here, and I'm going to just paint that brightness just onto him. So you can see I've got it set at 100% opacity up here. If you're working with, like if it was making a big change to the exposure or the color here, I might reduce the opacity of the brush to blend the edges, but I don't need to worry too much about it. I don't want a bit of a halo. So you'll see this is just brightening him up, and you'll see as I brush, you can see it popping up over there. That. And then you can see if I turn that layer off, you can see how that's just brightened him up a little. So I'm also going to now add a saturation layer, because I really want to bring out the yellow in these boots. I might actually just duplicate that curves layer. So I'm going to go Control J on that just to bring in a little bit more of that contrast. And then I'm going to, oh, sorry, my news windows popped up. And then I'm going to jump down here. I'm going to go Create New Saturation. I'm going to increase the saturation by about 10. Then I'm going to just collapse that box. And again, I'm going to go Control I or Command I just to invert that. And then just brush it on just over his boots just to make them a little bit brighter so that they stand out. Take a look at that. So you can see it's made a very slight difference. I might actually duplicate that layer, Control J, make them even brighter again. So I'm happy with that. I have got this little area of blown highlights over here, which I think I might like to try and clone over just because it's a little bit distracting. So I'm going to come back here to my duplicate layer where I did my healing. I'm going to grab the clone tool from here. I'm going to make it slightly larger. I'm just going to grab this little patch here. I'm going to Option or Alt click. Then I'm just going to paint just over there just to fill in the the overexposed bit so it doesn't look. So I don't, just so I don't have, you can see here, I just had that big ball of line highlights there, which I've now kind of brushed over so it doesn't look quite so distracting. So I'm pretty happy with that as it is. I'm now going to sharpen. So I'm going to jump up here. I'm going to collapse. I'm going to go layer, flatten image, flatten all those layers down. Then I'm going to go Control J or Command J to add a new layer. I'm going to jump up here and I'm going to go filter other. I'm going to go high pass. I've got my radius selected at 5 pixels. Now this just detects the edges in your image and helps to sharpen it. So then I'm going to change my lens mode to soft light. You can see that sharpened it ever so slightly. I'm going to reduce the opacity of that layer down to about 80, just so it's not too green. Right, so I'm pretty happy with that. So I'll now take it back to Lightroom by going File, Save. You can see it saving down here, and then it will pop up in my Lightroom catalog just over here. There you go. So I can show you this is what it looked like when I'd made the Lightroom edits, and this is what it looks like the Photoshop edits. It makes quite a difference. So yeah, happy editing. Okay, so just a quick recap before I sign off, just to go over a few key takeaways from today's presentation. Just looking back, the most important thing to think about is what is your story? So who's the star of your story? What the story is that you're trying to tell, where it takes place, and most importantly, why you want to tell that particular story. If you've got a powerful why or motivation, then the resulting stories are going to be much more authentic and powerful. We've looked at planning, about how you want to tell your story, choosing your location or working with the location that you've got, choosing the appropriate gear, what composition techniques you can use to strengthen your storytelling. We've also looked at using good light and not so good light. We've looked at embracing emotion and using techniques such as blur to not shoot the way a moment looks, but rather shoot the way it feels. And then lastly, we looked at editing for magic and how we can use Lightroom and Photoshop to inject nostalgia and feeling into our images using creative editing techniques. So I hope that you found this presentation useful and interesting, and I look forward to your questions. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Craig Strong with Lensbaby here to talk with April Milani. April's a photographer living in Madison, Alabama, who considers herself a visual opportunist. I love that. Making ethereal portraits of children and unique and often haunting self-portraits. She's here to explore the idea of moving through fear. April, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
Yeah, good to have you. So Lensbaby's mission statement is, we empower artists to move through fear to discover extraordinary creative freedom. And when I asked you to come talk with me on this, you kind of jumped at the opportunity. So I'm wondering, why does this statement resonate for you?
Because I fear, as an artist, whether you're a photographer or a painter, whatever your medium is, I feel that fear can be our worst enemy. And fear can be a creative blocker. And I feel when we step through fear, some of the most beautiful creations are made. So I've kind of used the hashtag no fear. It doesn't mean that fear doesn't creep up, and it doesn't mean that it's not there, but I think what we do and how we walk through it is really important.
So can you give me an example of a way that fear has led you to something good?
Many years ago, when I first really found Lensbaby, I used the Suite 35 and the Edge 80 as kind of like my little hidden therapy, where I was mainly a child photographer and used conventional lenses for all of my sessions, but I would use these crazy little lenses for myself and didn't really share them. Well, life took a turn, and I was able to turn the lens on myself and get in the frame, because there's layers that are built in to the Lensbaby gear, and I was able to see myself through Lensbaby lenses. And I don't know if that makes sense, but anyone who struggles getting in the frame knows that sometimes you need a little bit of help. And Lensbaby helped me get in the frame, and it opened a whole new world for me. I was able to start sharing my images. I was able to become a little more comfortable getting in the frame, and now I'm able to help other people do the same. So it's been huge for me.
Wow. Talk to me about what the fear before you started sharing them, and they were with Lensbaby gear, but you were anxious to do that. What were you afraid of?
As far as getting in the frame or just sharing?
Getting in the frame and sharing those images.
Getting in the frame, I was working with children and I was working with young models. So the comparison of seeing myself and the perfect portraiture was extremely intimidating. So I was able to use Lensbaby to just focus on maybe my heart, or maybe my hands, or maybe just little parts of me that helped guide me gently to start showing more of myself. So now, whether it's Lensbaby or a conventional lens, I really don't have a problem getting in the frame.
Right.
But it was like those baby steps.
Yeah. Well, literally, and when you're photographing children, and it sounded like you were saying that some of those images were so well crafted, they felt like perfection, and then trying to do that with yourself, it was almost, brought down the wall to make them imperfect, or just one area of the image be emphasized rather than the entire thing. Am I hearing that right?
Right, because when you're in certain parts of the industry, a sharp focus, the perfect bokeh, all of that there's such a focus on that. And then working with maybe 20-something very young models, perfect skin, just the perfect everything. And I think changing our view of what perfection is so important, that not everything has to be in focus. You don't have to, allowing yourself to see in a different way really was something that was important to me. And I've used that throughout my whole journey. And Lensbaby has just really helped me to let go of that quote unquote sharp focus. And selective focus became something very different to me.
Nice. Well, talk to me about that transition. You went from, I mean, what took you from those sharp lenses to even being open to doing something different?
It was actually an entry for a magazine, and it wasn't going well, and just everything was falling apart. And the shoot fell apart, and I was in my backyard, and I had this baby pool, and I had all of these things around me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm getting in the frame. I'm getting in the frame. I'm gonna use my 10-second timer, and I'm gonna use my Edge 80. And I ended up making it into the magazine anyway. And that image even made it into the calendar of one of the years of Lensbaby's calendars. So it really did open the door, but I physically got sick. Wow. Getting in the frame. So it was a lot of fear. It was a lot of fear.
So talk to me about your journey as it relates to photography, non-photography, and the things you've learned coming out of what we would consider negative emotions, and how they've led you to something good.
My oldest son suffered from the time he was born up until just a few years ago with uncontrolled epilepsy, and which had us in the hospital all the time. And then when he was a few years into his life, he was diagnosed with autism. Well, at that time it was the spectrum, autism, Asperger's, kind of took a few different titles. And through this, I photographed it. And as Nathan got older, I was still photographing the journey, and then Lensbaby came in. Well, Lensbaby makes you slow down. It makes, yes, as you become more efficient, you're comfortable with the lenses, you can click and go on. But as a whole, you need to slow down in your process. And what it did is it helped me slow down to photograph his journey. It helped me to not just click and move on. It helped me to maybe move more into the storytelling realm of his life. Wondering how I would pick up maybe the Suite 35 to give him a surround hug, a blur that would hold him tight, or maybe a slice of focus to show the IVs or some of the nurses or whatever, and let the story show through a slice of focus. But it helped me to slow down and think of things in that way. So he's even gotten to the point where he will slow down and help me and talk about Lensbaby lenses. So not only has he taught me through some of his challenges to slow down, he's learned about photography and even won a contest in a photography challenge. And through COVID, my other son dealt with a lot of challenges with depression, as so many teens have. Yeah. And I used my photography to help tell his story through being bullied, through being home in the dark. That was it still is very much a part of our world. But I think that there's light in that. And I think if we always keep that darkness to ourselves, we aren't empowering anybody. So both of my boys have stepped out and let me photograph them in some of their most difficult times and let me share that. And in that, I've been able to empower, and other people are like, you go through this too? I'm like, yeah. We all do.
Yeah, that is so powerful. And I do think I've gotten so much encouragement from your boy's journey, that you've, the images that you've shared, which have really been soul searching at times, and looking at growing up myself with my own set of challenges that no one really understood. It's and seeing a lot of people that were like, yeah, he's not going to do any good things, and you better watch out for him. And that was hard, as a kid. It's like, oh, I don't intend on anything bad. Like, what's going on? So like there was no diagnoses when I was in the 70s and 80s for Asperger's and the things that that Nathan deals with, and that to some extent I definitely dealt with, and it left me in a place that was pretty lonely and pretty different. And so honestly, I feel like I've processed that to a great extent through the images that you've been able to make of your boys. So thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
That means so much. And just with that right there is why I think as much as we can, and if we're okay with it, to tell our stories and to share that fear, it's okay to feel it. And it's okay just to walk through it, to let other people know that you're afraid, but don't stay there, walk through it and share with other people, because you don't know who you're going to lift up. And thank you for sharing that with me, because that means a lot.
Yeah, well, and thanks for saying, hugged by the blur. That's we haven't used that tagline before, but the idea of using the Suite 35 in a way that really surrounds your son in love. That's pretty neat. That's a great concept. I'm going to think of the sweet spot a little bit differently in my next time I take out my Suite 35 or Suite 50 or Suite 80. So thanks.
It is beautiful. I've photographed some, I know it's not quite a child, because she flew the coop and went to college, actually left the United States, and this beautiful turning into a woman, this girl turning into a woman, she left for Germany, and we did a photo shoot, and her mom was standing next to me, and I'm letting her know that I'm using this lens. I'm surrounding your daughter with love and blur and bokeh, and when you look at this image, you'll be able to see that. And because she's kind of looking at me like, why are you taking so long to get this shot? Why are you doing this? And I even handed her the lens, and I said, well, look through the camera and see this. Right. And she's like, oh, I see it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that quite made sense, but if you're there and you're using the optic, you can definitely see it.
We'll talk about that journey. You became fluent in the language of at least some of the sweet spot for sure, but some of the Lensbaby effects. And I'm just blown away with what you've done with the Obscura optic, and again, giving you a sense of safety. There's a whole other level there of, it's obscure. Like, there's things that can just be emotion, but regardless, like, talk about that process of becoming fluent with the Lensbaby gear, and what went into that.
Well, the first one was the Suite 35, and I took it out of the box, and I called customer happiness, and I said, it's already broken. This thing's just flopping around. I've already broken it. Yeah. So from the very beginning, you all were extremely helpful in my process of this new language, because they said, just turn this little thing and it locks it. So we were good. And so through my journey, I was able to work with one lens or optic at a time. And you bring up the Obscura, that each one has their own original and unique language. And it was very easy to take a self-portrait, because the focus, you didn't have to worry so much. Yeah. You just needed to worry, bad choice of words, think about light and movement, and how much ethereal, do you want the picture to be more ethereal, or do you want it to have movement? So I love to tell the story with the Edge 50 when I'm out taking walks, especially when you want to blaze a trail with the slice of focus. So with each one, they all tell a different story in themselves. So once you learn about each little, each little quirky optic, there's a story in each one of these.
Yeah.
I think you just need to take the time to see what story you want to tell and how you can use that and intertwine that into your photography.
Yeah, I was reminded this morning talking with another photographer that of my favorite quote, which is an artist doesn't paint what she sees what she knows how to paint.
I love that.
And the brushes that we learn to paint with teach us ways to portray the world. And so that optic, that lens body combined is a brush, and it doesn't do anything on its own. I mean, the soul of it is in you. And so using that tool, and you've learned your tools really well, and that is the key to finding the soul in these optics. And I just commend you, because a lot of people buy a Lensbaby and they're like, oh, I saw April's, or I saw Kathleen's, or I saw Uta, I saw all these amazing photographers out there using this, and it doesn't work for me, and it takes such a long learning curve at times. I'm sure there's some for you that you fell into quickly and off you went, and others that are like, oh my gosh, this is hard, but you did it, and you found tools and you found paintbrushes that work for you.
Absolutely. I have to say that with Lensbaby, it doesn't take as long as people may think. I think what's harder is to learn to be still and to learn to be in the moment and to, just be still. And for me, that can be really difficult, because we want to keep moving and moving and moving, but to just stay in the moment and think about, like you were saying, what story, what am I going to use? What are my paintbrushes? And knowing your gear, knowing what each one does. So when you pick it up and you dip it in the paint and you apply it to your canvas, is it going to be a thick layer, or is it going to have a lot of blur and motion? Mm-hmm. That's kind of the choice of the photographer. So is getting to know yourself as a photographer also. So it's a big journey all in one.
Yeah, that's great. I think and both of them are needed. You need the thick strokes. You're talking about the obscura, that you add motion in there. There's thick strokes in that, and then in the pinhole zone plate mode and in the pinhole sieve mode, you end up with a more of an ethereal glow, and so it's a softer feel and lighter strokes. And so I love that analogy. That's neat.
And it can be the story you want to tell of yourself. I mean, do I want to look light and glowy, or do I want to let the world maybe see more of where I've aged? So you can use different apertures and different lenses to pinpoint certain parts of you and your soul, and just more about yourself if you're wanting to get in the frame. And if it's a child, maybe you want to zone in on their cute little curls, or if you want to go even farther down to when they're toddlers and you want to get those little dimples in the back, in their hands, you can use that focus just to hone in on those. And maybe that's when you use the twist 60, because you just want those cute little dimples in the world, the rest of the world just to swirl around them.
Well, it's a language that you've learned well. So I'm glad, because the fact that you've chosen to share that with us does give us a glimpse. And like I said, it's given me a way to process some of my youth that didn't really get processed, at least not at the time. So thank you.
Thank you.
So the language, approaching the world in different ways. You talk about silence, like sitting in silence and being still. that creates a lot of anxiety for people. And you mentioned that, we're always busy. How do you press through that? Like, how do you take a moment or remind yourself to take a moment to just observe and see what it is that you see?
So it can be as simple as if you are shooting macro and you want to take a picture of a little flower. Instead of leaning over and trying to hover over something, give yourself the permission to just sit down. Be one with the flower, I guess, and pay attention to your breathing. Breathe in, breathe out, click, instead of trying to breathe while you're clicking. I mean, it's just those little things that we learn to become in tune with our photography. And it can be as little as that, or you have a session coming up. Take time to really think about, what are you doing? What are you bringing into the session? What lens, what optic are you using? Do you let yourself write all of these things down? Do you allow yourself the time? Because we do get busy from the second you can wake up in the morning. We find ourselves constantly running, but do we give ourselves that time to those little moments to write down what our passion might be for that photo shoot?
Well, that really resonates with me, because if I'm just on autopilot, like I feel like I might get things done and it might be cool, but having the ability to say, okay, let's have some touch points along the day that I've thought through ahead of time, whether that's a to-do list as simple as that, or, like you said, like explore the lenses. How many, do I want to use one lens? Do I want to use one aperture? And be able to say, I want to limit myself here, or I want to open all possibility and wait until I get in that moment and see. So I think that's a great tool, is to just be purposeful about that. And because I do think that the anxiety, in my experience, ahead of time can way outweigh the situation that you go into. And then, then you've already underdogged, you're already in trouble before you ever get there. And so just being able to say, "Ooh, I've got some anxiety here. What's that about?" rather than being surprised by it later. So I don't know, does that resonate?
Absolutely. I used to, and we've talked about this, I used to go into photo sessions just completely blind. I would just bring in everything and we would just start shooting. And, there's times it went really well. And then there are other times it was just chaos. And you were just praying to get something on that card that you could upload. But now I send an interview and I interview the children, or now I will interview other people even before we have mentoring sessions. And it allows you to get to know the person. And if you do that, you've already given yourself that little space and time that you can play it back. You can watch their body language. You can say, oh, well, they said they like this, this, and this. Well, they've already told you how to photograph them.
Right.
They've helped you choose the gear and maybe the clothes they're going to wear, the indoor outdoors. Well, what lenses and optics go with that? So it's those little moments that you give yourself. I mean, be kind to yourself. It doesn't have to be as stressful and anxiety ridden as it needs to be, or sometimes can be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really wise. I love that idea of interviewing your subject. And basically when you're talking about sitting down with a flower, that's kind of what you were doing too.
Exactly. Put the camera aside for a minute and just sit down and look at it. Which way is the light coming in? Well, if you have a couple of your lenses and optics with you, you can change them out. Or if you're just bringing one for the walk, well, you've got different apertures and you can maybe tilt or whatever it may be at the moment, because you just may need to scoot yourself a little bit around the flower to get the picture that you're wanting.
Right. Well, I love that. I love this, April. I mean, you're talking about being purposeful and paying attention to the whole spectrum of what you're bringing in as a person, what your subject is bringing in as a person or as a soul in some other form. There's just so much there's so much truth in what you're saying. And I really appreciate you sharing so much today about your journey. And I guess that brings us to, is there anything that you would leave people with as you explore, or as we all head out and explore using our gear, whether it's Lensbaby or otherwise, and seeing the world and facing our fears?
Don't let fear stop you. I mean, sometimes we need to put life on pause for a moment and think about what we're doing before we jump. That's definitely something good to do.
Yeah.
But go for it. If there's something you're passionate about, something, don't let somebody tell you you can't do it. And usually the one telling you that is usually yourself.
Right.
Don't let anxiety bubble up. I mean, if it's bubbling up, just take a deep breath and walk through that door. I'm queen of doing that. You can ask a lot of people around me. I'm queen of starting new projects that are extreme fear. I walk through fear all the time.
Yeah.
But if you don't do it, then you just don't know. And there's so much beauty out there. There's so many beautiful people to meet. And you're worth it. You're worth it as an artist to just go out and do it.
So what I'm hearing is go find something you're afraid of. Start a new project. You don't know everything about that, so it's going to create some anxiety, and then just walk through it.
Yep, absolutely.
And know that April and Craig and so many others they're just as anxious about that at the front end as anybody else, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, I mean, you did create Lensbaby. You created these amazing lenses and optics, but you didn't know when you did it, and you probably don't know each time when you launch new gear, is it going to be accepted? Are people going to like it?
Right.
But you do it anyway because you're passionate about it and you feel it brought you joy, and you're hoping that it's going to bring somebody else that same joy, or I'm assuming.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I started this with Sam 18 years ago. Couldn't have done it without Sam. Couldn't do it without my business partner now, Jonathan. But it allows me, having a business partner that runs the company, allows me to focus on, okay, what's the heart and soul of why we're doing this, and what can we do that is going to resonate and is going to give you more paintbrushes so that you can paint beautiful art, because I wouldn't paint your art. I just wouldn't. And you wouldn't be able to paint some of the art that you paint because if I hadn't come out with these lenses. So it's just it's such a great back and forth. I love it.
There are so many doors that would I have walked through without Lensbaby? I don't know. But I definitely wouldn't have done it with the way I did. And you gave me those layers and that like security blanket. You helped me walk through those doors because I felt like I had this tool. It was so powerful that not only did, wow, I created these pictures, I was able to look at a self-portrait of myself. Self-portrait of myself. Anyway, and go, I love this. And that's hard to find.
Yeah.
So I need to thank you for that, because that is so powerful to look at your imagery, whether it is a self-portrait or it is a flower or it is a building, and say, I love my art.
That's awesome. Thanks, April, and you're welcome.
Thank you.
And I look forward to more of the same. So, well, thanks so much for talking with me. It's always great to connect, and tell your boys hi for me. And yeah, I look forward to the next time. But you have a beautiful rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, April.
Thank you.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hello, Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2021. We're super excited to be here with you as we head into the home stretch of the day, and want to be joined by our special guest and co-founder, Craig Strong. As you've seen, Craig's had a few really incredible and impactful conversations with some of our Lensbaby photographers. And Craig, I just wanted to get some of your takeaways over the course of the last couple of days and your experience here at Shoot Extraordinary 2021.
Well, I'll say the same thing.
Craig, I cannot hear you. Hold on.
Hold on. We're good there. Oh, we got a different kind of.
There you go. It might be me. Can you guys hear Craig? Because it might be me.
No, it's not you. Okay, so
there we go. I got you. That's on me.
Me?
That's I didn't put the earbud in.
Whew, that's never happened before. It's always
not once in history.
Yeah. All right. Good job. Hey, I think it's the biggest thing is to open up our perspective and broaden our horizons, look at what other people are doing, how they're seeing the world. I think early in our careers, we all look to someone to emulate, and that's great. That gives us a direction. It gives us something. It gives us a let's look at a formula. Let's step one foot in front of the other and move in that direction. And then as we become more comfortable in anything that we're doing, that's when our fingerprint starts to show. And that's when the things that are really unique to the way we see the world start to come out. And so I remember when I was a young photographer that, and I was young when I was a beginning photographer, and I would look and just feel terrible that I was not as good as these photographers that were out there doing something amazing, and I had not put the time in. And yet, as I wanted to emulate them, it started by putting myself in the exact same situation as this photojournalist was in, and inevitably I'd get something similar. And then it started to look like something that only I could shoot. And then that ended up coming into Lensbaby and the story around what changed my creative path. But your creative path might be something completely different than what you've seen from one of these amazing photographers and these teachers. And it may just be starting, and don't get discouraged about that. You will find that personal vision the more time you put in, and pretty soon you're going to start to diverge. You're going to take those tools you learned, you're going to walk that path that somebody else told you to walk, and that's going to take you to your own path.
Yeah, absolutely. And you hit it right on the head. I think that if you want to be successful as a photographer or any creative or a business owner or anything that we do in our lives, you just have to start. Yeah. And you have to be patient. And, I remember early on, I mean, I'm lucky I have a camera in my hand pretty much since I'm 5 years old, but there was this transition where I went to become a professional. And that was incredibly difficult because there's levels and there's scales to this. And, even from going from a professional at one level to professional and commercial and wedding, like there was always just this next challenge. And so the biggest takeaway that I have from this conference is not only facing our fears, which is incredibly important. I mean, on the other side of that is really where we exist, but also just being incredibly patient in the process, because like you're going to screw up, you're going to make mistakes, you're going to like beat yourself up about things, but can you have some grace, some empathy for yourself and just keep going for it? Because ultimately, if you stay focused, you put your mind singularly on what you want to create, like in time, that will happen. And so I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you. now, all that said, I'm super excited, Craig, because we're about to do something really fun and give away our grand prize today. Now, for those of you who have been watching and participating, who have registered, who have shown up, who've played all out over the last few days, we appreciate you greatly. It's been so phenomenal to be a part of this with you. And I want to, of course, shout out to the Lensbaby team, say thank all of you for showing up and supporting all the amazing speakers, everyone who showed up and made this event absolutely incredible. And also, so you know, when we announce we're not done, we still have 2 amazing sessions left. We're going deep tonight on a Friday or Saturday morning, depending on where you are in the world. And so, you know, again, thank you guys all so much for being here and for being a part of this. As a reminder, this giveaway, what I'll tell you, and then Craig will tell you who the winner is a Sony A7C camera, a $1,000 lensbaby.com gift card, a Fundy Suite 1-year membership, and a feature on lensbaby.com. And so, you know, they're like, people are always like, well, what's the value of the prize? It's easy to be like, well, it's like $5,000 or whatever, but it's really unbelievable. Like, there's no value you can put on this. And so it's unlimited. That's the value. And so we're really excited to give that to you.
I want that prize. We're not
we're really excited to share that with you. And I think, Craig, if you would do the honors and let us know who the winner is.
So from the results of the random drawing is Keebler Studio. Thank you for being here and for being engaged. And, you know, all of you have done great work being part of this community. And Keebler Studio is the winner.
That is so amazing. Congratulations. What a cool prize. What I need you to do is email me directly to michael@lensbaby.com, and I will make sure that we get you taken care of. So just shoot me a quick email, say prize winner in the subject line, and then I will have some back and forth with you to make sure that you get everything that you need along with this awesome prize. And for everyone watching, just so you know, we still have some more giveaways. We are not done. There is still more conference. We got a couple more hours to go, and we are in this right now. So thank you all to everyone who showed up, who's played all out, who's been a part of this, to all of our speakers. And Craig, unless you have anything else you want to add, we're going to pop right back into the next session.
I do not. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being part of the community. And now I want a Sony A7C myself. I was hoping no one would enter this competition. I'd get to be able to use it, but I guess Keebler Studio I get to live vicariously through them. So enjoy.
Yes, you do. Maybe you'll get one for Christmas, Craig. Thank you. We will see you soon. All right, Shoot Extraordinary 2021. We're going to head into the home stretch here. Again, keep engaging, sharing, commenting, being a part of this. Thank you for being here, and let's get into the next session.
Hello, I'm Robert Pugh and welcome to my studio, and more importantly, welcome to this year's Shoot Extraordinary Conference. If you joined us last year, then have we got something installed for you this year? Very exciting last year, loads of content coming in. Even I was overwhelmed with all the content and how people use Lensbaby lenses as well. So how can I change it? How can I mix it up this year? How can I give you something that could get your brain ticking and get you out there shooting extraordinary? So I've come up with this idea. Well, it's not an idea, it's happening, and it's called Creative Light. So I'm going to split this into 3 sections. The first is we're going to talk about equipment, how to set the equipment up, the lenses that I use and why I use them. Then secondly, we're going to talk about the images that you get out of these lenses, and you know, how we can take those further. And then finally, the third section, that's going to be about creative light. That's going to be the next step. And we're going to look at a plain flat image. We're going to look at an image that we light. And then finally, we're going to introduce that Lensbaby lens into it to give it that flair. Why I picked that lens as well for that sort of scenario or situation. So without any further ado, let's get started. So equipment, I'm going to talk to you about the lenses now and the camera that I use. So the camera is the A7R IV, it's a 60 megapixel camera, and I tend to pair this with the Lensbaby lenses, so I've got all of that detail in there as well. But you don't need to go rushing out and buying a new camera. I also have the A9 Mark II, which is 24 megapixels, and I use that as well. This just allows me to be able to crop in, and I'm not losing any detail as I'm cropping in. And another feature that I do enable on the camera, now all mirrorless cameras have this, but you'll have to refer to your user manual to see where it is in your menus, and that's peaking. So what peaking will do, it will kind of put this haze around anything that's in focus when you're using manual lenses. It's absolutely essential to use when you're using Lensbaby lenses, and it will really help you to nail that focus. Now you can change the colour. It can either be a yellow or a red or a white sort of haze. I have mine set to yellow, of course, Lensbaby, yellow, my favourite colour. And it helps absolutely massively when it comes to getting that sharp image. So have a look at your instruction book and find out where that is, and then enable that. You can also use something called assisted focus, and this is where, and it does change from manufacturer to manufacturer what they call it. You assign it to a button, and then when you're going to focus, you press the button, and it basically crops into the image to a portion of the image. So maybe my head it would crop into, and then the peaking would all come around my eye. You'd disable the assisted focus, so it would go back to the normal frame, and then you'd take the picture. And that does help a lot as well, especially if you're shooting at the really low apertures like you know, say f2.5 or f2.8, where you have got that really shallow depth of field. You're being really creative, so to enable those two functions, it's going to help you a lot. So that's the camera. When it comes to my lens choice, now we do have an abundance of Lensbaby lenses, but this choice is my favourite. Now I'm a wedding and portrait photographer, you know, and for me Lensbaby lens is about me being creative and setting me apart from the other photographers. For instance, there could be 3 of us photographers, we all shoot at the same venue, we all use the same locations at those wedding venues. Why is the bride going to pick me over those other photographers? And that's because of my images, because they look different from everyone else's, and that's because of Lensbaby lenses. So I use the Composer Pro 2, so a great system this, because we can hot swap out at any time the optics. Okay, so let's just compare these. So I carry 4 optics in total. One's in the Composer, and then I've got 3 others here, but the size of that is just another lens. So having all of this in my bag is only like having 2 extra lenses taken up in my bag, but yet I've got 4 lenses. So I love it for that, the space saving of Lensbaby lenses. Oh, knocking everything over there. So how do you hot swap the optics out? So I've now got in the Suite 35, beautiful lens, I absolutely love it. Suite 35, it's got this sweet spot in the center, and then you get this lovely sort of bokeh around it, beautiful optic to use. And you simply just turn and twist, and then it comes out, so you've got the optic, and then you can pop that in. There's no need to take this off your camera when you're doing it, but I would advise, if it is on the camera, when you take it out, to keep it angled down, because as soon as you take the optic out, It's just a hollow barrel, so you don't want any dust or anything going in there. So always face it away from the wind and face it down as you're pulling that optic out, and you just twist to lock it back in, and then the optic is in there. So that's kind of the foundation of the lenses that I use. Obviously this, so bear that in mind. So the next one, this will be the Edge 35. Yep, so the Edge 35, again, I love this. And the Edge 35 gives this slice of focus coming through, and then top and bottom is kind of, you know, this dreamy look. But if we compare, so if we pair that up with the Composer Pro, then what we actually do get is it's kind of this it's kind of this tilt shift lens. Okay, so if anyone knows what a tilt shift lens is, you can tilt the plane of focus, and because this has got that slice of focus, we do get that sort of tilt shift lens look. That is why I pair these two up. It gives me a really nice image from there. Then we'll go over to the Edge 50. Sometimes I just need that narrower image, so I pop the Edge 50 on, and again with the Composer Pro, I've got that tilt shift 50mm lens. So as a wedding photographer, you know, I can't begin to think how I would work without it. I mean, tilt shift lenses cost thousands of pounds, so to do this saves me a lot of money as well. And then my all-time favorite is the Twist 60. Now we're going to see some images from these later on, but the Twist 60 is by far my favorite optic. I absolutely love this, and I use it so many times. And then finally, we need a light source. Now the light source, it can be a flash, it can be an LED light as well, anything that you've got to hand. It could even be a lamp that you've got next to your bed if you're going to do a shoot in the bedroom. So you'll be amazed how we can change the colour of that lamp using some gels and resting them around the lamp as well. So that is the equipment that I use. I like to keep it nice and small. I don't want to overwhelm myself with too much choice. Now I know when I go to a wedding, I know I'll look at a scene, I think of a wide angle shot, the 35mm, and I think of that sort of Edge 35 coming in with that slice of focus. And then I also think of the Twist 60, and I think about the backgrounds. But with the Twist 60, you've got to have this kind of messy, vibrant background, and we're going to see some examples later on of how that works. If it's just a really flat and clean background, the Twist 60 is not going to work. It needs that messy background to give you that swirl coming around. So there you go, that's the equipment. So let's now go on to actually taking some shots and seeing, you know, how we can change that and what it actually looks like. So let's go to section 2. So as a wedding and portrait photographer, I really do want to set myself apart from everyone else. So by that, I mean some people do it in their editing and their colour palettes, and I've already done that. I've introduced my own kind of colour palettes with the greens and browns and yellows that I use. And don't get me wrong, I love taking that sort of that normal portrait image that's nice and clean, but then I also want to take one that takes it to the next level, and then there's a level after that as well. So let's throw an image up on the screen and have a look at it. So this image itself, a bride and groom, and they're just going to have that little sneaky kiss. So I don't really do the pictures where they are actually having the kiss or they're pulling away. I don't really pose my couples. I like to do it in a very natural way. So I just turn around to them and say, hey guys, you know, you love each other, so have a cuddle and have a kiss. And then I wait for them as they just come together to have that kiss and snap that shot. Now the reason I decided on the Edge 35, so this is the Edge 35 that I used on this with the Composer Pro, is we had this tunnel effect going behind them. We had this lovely light behind them, and then in front we had this dappled light coming through the trees. So I stood them just before the tree where it sort of bended over, and this was kind of a little tunnel that went to another location. I stood them in this little dapple of light that lit their faces, and it was a brilliant shot, you know. I mean, it was a really sunny day, so we didn't need to use any flash. Instead, we used the light source that was all around us. But we took advantage of the shade as well, just to give that little atmosphere and that depth as well. But then adding in the Edge 35, we had this lovely slice of focus going straight across to just capture us that was coming in for that kiss. But then at the bottom, at the top, it just went out all dreamy and just disappeared. And I love the Lensbaby lenses for that. I love how they bring an image together and they take it to the next level. So, you know, that was a bright sunny day, had blue skies, it was beautiful. We didn't need flash or anything with that like that. And I love using Lensbaby lenses on sunny days, but I live in the UK. The UK doesn't have many sunny days. It's kind of overcast, and you can have the best lenses in the world, and as a wedding photographer sometimes you don't have a lot of time, you're just going to take that image. So let's have a look at two images that are done on overcast days. You know, there's no beautiful sun or anything like that. And don't forget, we still have to take the shot and keep it looking to how that day was, because once I use a Lensbaby lens, it still has to fit in with the story of the actual day. It can't, the colours can't dramatically change from the rest of the pictures. I still want it to stay as that story. So if I use it in an album, it looks like it should be there. You know, I don't want it to look like it's out of place and it should be in a total different part of the day, or you know, it shouldn't be in that wedding album, or it looks really funny in their online gallery because the colours are totally different. So that's the main thing again. Now, so let's pull this image up and let's have a look at it. So there you go. This is the Edge 35 again. As you can gather, I do use the Edge 35 quite a bit. I love that slice of focus coming in. So on that previous image, we actually used the Edge 35 at a really sort of shallow depth of field. It was actually round about f2.5 that was using it. So you could see the separation from the blur from top to bottom. As where this one, we've actually gone to f5.6, and the blur, the way it dissipates at the top and bottom, it's a lot more of a gradient to it. You know, it hasn't got that harsh line of where it sort of breaks, if you know what I mean. So now we've got this lovely slice of focus coming through as well. They're in the moment of kissing. They were very quick how they did it. It was just a quick kiss and job done. We didn't have a lot of time to do portraits there. It was actually quite a rainy day when we did this one. Very overcast, not a lot of sun at all. But I kept the image how it was that day, with the feel of the colours as well. It was quite cold. It had a quite cool feel to it. So I kept that. I retained that in all the pictures. But again, I loved using that Edge 35 to give me that slice of focus coming through, and it's totally different to what other photographers do. So a lot of other photographers use this same location, actually use that same spot to do the kiss. So you could probably look at 6 photographers and we may all have that same picture, but mine looks completely different to theirs. and maybe that's the winner on getting me that bride and groom for the booking. So absolutely love that image. So let's look at a different one from this wedding. So this is what I'm talking about with the Twist 60. So that's this optic here. This is the Twist 60, and again I've used this in the Composer Pro. So we look at this image, again, still an overcast day, nothing's changed, but the colours are still the same. I've got that uniformity of colours going across all my images. But we look at it and, you know, the flowers she's holding, perfectly sharp and in focus. She's perfectly sharp and in focus. And we've got this lovely kind of swirl coming round to it. And it works because the vines of the trees were going in those directions anyway. So we get this lovely swirl coming round. And she'd actually seen some of my other images where I've done this shot with the Twist 60. And she asked me if I could actually do that at her wedding. Could I have one of those swirl shots that I do? So already I'm getting known for the Twist 60, my wedding Twist 60 shots. I do use it a lot, and I show couples images with me using the Twist 60 when we're doing our consultation. So I love it. The colours are popping. We've got that beautiful swirl coming around. So you can actually see how it comes together now and how I use the images. But again, so let's look at another one. Let's get another image up here so we can see it. So this, again, this is the Edge 35. It's quite an overcast day as well. We've got some detail in the sky there. See how the foreground is really blurred out, but where the couple are in the centre, we've got this slice of focus going right across the middle. So they're perfectly sharp. You can zoom into them. They're really crisp and sharp, but then it's really blurred out the bottom and the top of the image. I mean, you know, we could have easily have done a sky swap on this image and thrown in some different colour, but to me that wouldn't have been the image that we took on the day. I like to keep things as real as I can. But what the Lensbaby lens does, especially the Edge 35, it lets me emphasize a certain part of the image, and for this it was the bride and groom. So they actually their first date, if you like, their first date was on these dunes. They met at a cafe and they walked along the beach and these dunes, so it meant a lot to him. So that's why I wanted to put them on the sand dunes and emphasize them to bring them out, but also to blur everything out as well. And the Edge 35 really did its trick with that. Let's have another look at an image from this session. So this was actually an engagement session. So this is where I'm talking about the Twist 60. It really comes into play. It was blowing a gale there. The hair was going everywhere. We was having loads of fun. It was cold. We shot this in a December, I think it was. And for me, I seen the bush, I seen all the yellows behind it and the greens behind it. I thought, you know what, this is going to be brilliant for the Twist 60. It really was. So she pops out really sharp, but then behind her, all these yellows and greens start swirling around and really coming in. I love this image, and you know what, I show it to so many people when they ask me about the swirl shots that I do. So let's look at an image that I've took with the Suite 35. Now the Suite 35 it's a beautiful optic. It gives you pin sharp, really sharp in the center, but then it smooths off to the edges. So let's get an image up. So this is an image of Alex. She works with me quite a lot. And this is actually when we did a Lensbaby lens in a Lensbaby workshop in London. Alex came along to be the model, and we used the Suite 35 here. Behind her is actually a billboard, but it was full of like colours and everything, so I used the billboard to my advantage, and with what Alex was wearing it really worked in. She's lit with natural light as well. It's just down an alleyway, then the light was coming down and shining onto this billboard. So for me, I was already thinking about what optic to use. Now the Edge 35, it wouldn't have worked here, you know, it would have looked out of place. The Twist 60, again, it wouldn't have worked here because the background, you see how we've got those straight lines on the background, it kind of would have bent those out of place. So it would have took away some character from the image. So for me, it had to be a sweet spot. It had to be the sweet 35. So for that, Alex would be pin sharp in the center, but then off to all the sides and edges, it would all start to smooth out. And I think it really paid justice to this image as well. So there you go. I mean, that is using, you know, what I'm going to say, natural light. You know, it depends where you live. I mean, you could live in California and you could have, you know, amazing light, or you could live in LA, but you could live in New York or London. It could be winter. You could live in Canada and it could be the winter as well, and maybe you don't have that light, maybe it's just overcast and it's boring, and you need to create that, you know, that amazing image. You need to keep your mind ticking over in the colder months. So let's go on to part 3, and this is going to be of creative light, how we can take it to the next level. So creative light. Creative light can be anything. I mean, it can be us adding in a flash, adding in an LED. It could be us using some gels or filters or anything like that. Maybe you're using the Omni and you're using creative light with putting the crystals in the front to create a different atmosphere. So for me, I need to keep my images as real as possible, but giving them that flair, that finesse. So let's have a look at a stage from it being a flat image to lighten the image and then making it a creative image. Okay, so let's get an image up on screen now. So as you see, this is, you know, it's a nice enough image. I mean, I looked at this scenario and I seen, right, okay, so we've got some nice greens there, we've got some browns and yellows, we've got some blacks there. The background really works where we've placed her, how the trees are just sort of coming around her. But she's not lit very well, even though the background is perfectly exposed. Now this was one of those days where it's a crisp, clear, blue sky, where the sun is very low. It's in the winter. This was only took a couple of weeks ago. The sun's very low at midday, so we get really harsh shadows coming everywhere, and it's not really flattering light. I mean, you can't really take, you know, amazing portraits in that sort of light. So we have to think outside the box and how we're going to light this, how we're going to be creative. Now if I placed her in the light where you see behind that strip of light coming through, then because the sun was so low, she was squinting, she had really harsh shadows on her. It didn't look flattering at all, and it was constantly changing. I mean, the sun was going behind some clouds, so we'd lose the light would come back. It was quite difficult scenario to work with. So that image, it's a good image, but how can we improve it? Well, we add light into it. So I'm going to show you, this is her lit now. So there you go. How different is that? So let's just go back. That's without light. That's with light. Now, because now I've put a light up there and we've lit the front of her, it's a perfect image. I mean, she looks stunning. We've got these beautiful colours coming in. What she's wearing as well works with kind of that background, you know, with those brown tones all coming in. She's lit, her face is beaming. It's just a beautiful image. But I don't want to just stop there. I mean, most people would. Most people just think, you know, that's perfect. We've got the shot. Let's call it a wrap. But I want to now be creative. You know, I've sorted all the light out, I've sorted my exposure out, but now I want to be creative. And this is where I think about Lensbaby. Straight away it pops into my head, and I'm thinking the Twist 60 straight away. The reason for that is because I'm looking behind her at the background, and I'm already looking that I can see the leaves, the trees have got that arch coming around. So if I threw in a Twist 60, it's only going to pay justice to the image. So I did. I threw the Twist 60 in. And here you can see we've got the Twist 60. We've got everything. It's like swirling around behind her. But she's there. She's pin sharp. She's perfectly lit with the light. So we've got that creative light, which is a speed light in a softbox. That's lighting her face. And then we've got the Lensbaby lens, which is giving us that creative background as well. It all comes together to give us that creative shot. And I'm super pleased with it. She was as well. So everything all came together. So there you go, creative light using Lensbaby lenses. All I can say is get out there, get your speed light, get your Lensbaby lens. Don't do the excuse that it's a dull and overcast day and it's boring outside, there's nothing to shoot. Grab your wife, your daughter, your son, go outside and have a go. Think about the background, the area that you're going to use, because you know certain scenarios lays justice to certain lenses, as you've seen with the Edge 35. When I was using this, I was always using that slicer focus, and same with the Twist 60. When I was using this, I was using it because of the background, because we had a lot of colour going on the background. I imagine that swirl coming around. So I'm not just using that lens for using its sake, I'm using it for a purpose. Okay, so get out there, have a go, see what you can get from it. And apart from that, I hope you've enjoyed this little talk. I hope it's inspired you to actually get your Lensbaby lenses out, or maybe purchase one and give them a go. I know we've got loads of offers on as well while you're watching this. So thanks for having me along, thanks for listening to this talk, and I hope to do another one for you very soon. So take care, see you next time. See ya.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Hi everybody, my name is Kate Haley. I'm a photographer based in Seattle, Washington. Today I'm going to do a presentation on travel and street photography featuring Lensbaby lenses and the Omni Filter Kit system. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoy the session. So in this session, I want to talk about traveling and doing street photography with a Lensbaby lens or some of the Omni Filter Kit. Actually, you could probably use a lot of the Omni Filter Kit for this. I'm going to highlight those different pieces and parts, but as we dive in, I love to add quotes and kind of share stories along the way, of course. So I found this quote a few years ago when I was teaching a different workshop, and it always has stuck with me. To me, photography is an art of observation. It is about finding something interesting in an ordinary place. I find it has very little to do with the things you see and everything to do with the way that you see them. Quoted by Eliot or Witt quite some time ago. I'm sure. I don't know the exact time that was quoted. But that always brings me back to being observational when I'm traveling in my day-to-day life, bringing those observations into my photography. And with Lensbaby, going, thinking about how we can capture those things a little bit differently, using lenses that are a little bit softer or have special effects, or using things like the Omni Filter Kit, which can kind of do different things. And so this is what I'm going to talk about. So starting with some time that I spent in Dubai, and this was actually, while I was there, I got the Trio 28, and that's just a small lens with 3 effects in it, which are really awesome. That includes a sweet effect, a velvet effect, and a twist effect. I think I spend most of my time using the velvet. I love the soft edges and also the look of the images captured with that combination. There's a softness, of course, but there's tones that come through that look a little bit different. And honestly, it makes me think about capturing images on film. And I just kind of love it. I love the teals here. And this image looks like it could have been taken, 4 or 5 years ago or 20 or 30 years ago. So with these effects, I kind of think about going back in time a little bit, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, starting out with something like the Trio is a great way to kind of figure out what other lenses you might want to use, or maybe you are a traveler and you want to have some cool options in a small format. Here, another shot from that same place. This is called The Creek. It's in Dubai. And I just loved those 2 Abras sitting there alone, hanging out, waiting for their next fares. The guys who drive them probably taking a break. And I just love the tones and, again, kind of the look of the image using that Trio 28. When I was in the Middle East, I lived there for a little while. I spent some time at the Grand Mosque in Abu Dhabi, and whenever I go to photograph something, especially if it's something very popular, I'm always looking for different angles and different ways to capture it. And sometimes just using something like a Lensbaby lens immediately changes the look and the feel of your images. So I'm going to share a bunch of examples and talk through creating those. I love the light here. I love the shadows, and I again love the softness and those tones that are coming through. I was at the Grand Mosque for a few hours, so this was while the sun was up, and then as it had gone down, I got a completely different angle, a different composition from outside of the mosque, and just was playing around with shapes and balance in this frame. And I love the blue lights. Like, most of the color you see in this frame is from the space itself. But if you've ever seen photos of the Grand Mosque in Abu Dhabi, hopefully what you're seeing is a little bit different here. And that is always one of my goals. And so let's talk about that. Let's talk about your perspective of photographing things. If we travel to places like London or even here in Seattle, or we go to France, if you go to France, you're going to go to the Eiffel Tower. Even if you've been to France a million times, probably not a million times, but you know what I mean. If you've been there a lot, you're probably going to travel to the Eiffel Tower. Whenever I go to London, I always have to go to Big Ben and Parliament and the London Bridge. These are just staples for me. I love to experience them again and take photos of them again. But the challenge is, how can I do it differently? I live here in Seattle. And a lot of the images I'm about to share, I created over the past couple of years, especially during the pandemic. I have not been traveling as much. So, my intentions are I go out and I travel around my city in the way that we might travel around a city that we haven't visited before. I do a lot of photo walks in Seattle, and my intentions are always, how can I photograph things a little bit differently? What's my stamp? What's my take on it? So in this instance, to start off with, here's the Space Needle and the Museum of Pop Culture. And what's in focus is an edge of the building of the Museum of Pop Culture, and the Space Needle is a little out of focus. And I find that interesting and a little bit unique. I also love the way that the shapes play into each other. So that's what I mean by like getting to a place and kind of being observational and looking for perspectives that might stand out. So here's a bunch of images from that part of town. And so I'm just going to talk through them. Here is a bamboo sculpture. It's made of metal, and these things are probably 12 feet high. And a lot of people will stand kind of across from it and get like a very flat kind of image of it. But by getting closer to it and kind of shooting up towards the sky, I'm able to get an angle that gives you lots of different perspectives. It adds a little bit more texture, and it gives you a little bit more sense of a curiosity of what is that? And those are some of my goals when I'm creating images, is to get people guessing. Here's a different angle of the Museum of Pop Culture, and timed just right with a plane flying above. And this is a little bit abstract. It's a little bit off kilter, and that's okay. It's good to play around with those angles and try different things. I love the balance of blue on one side and silver and gray, and some of that blue is reflected in. But the Trio 28 with the velvet lens here really helps create some of that softness. And again, it's just a little bit different. Flipping over to the twist, and I believe the Suite optic. I took these a couple of years ago now, so I'm having to remember. But the twist is pretty obvious. That image on the left, you can see the trees kind of twisting around the Space Needle. And that effect can become way more prominent depending on where your primary subject is based on where the trees are. But here, I'm always thinking about how can I frame something like the Space Needle differently. I'll look for trees, I'll look for buildings, I'll look for other elements to try and make that image stand out a little bit. Another cool thing about the Trio 28, I know I'm going on a lot about the Trio 28, but I've had one for a few years and I do love it. Because it's got the 3 elements in it, you can actually create double exposures or blended exposures in camera by moving between the different options on the front of that lens. So if you have a Trio 28, while you're switching from, say, the Suite to the twist, look through your viewfinder and see what happens, because you might find an interesting composition in between lenses. So this is, again, the Museum of Pop Culture, and there's layers and almost like this ghostliness because of that double exposure effect that I was able to acquire between lenses. This is another variation, again, with the Space Needle. The one on the right is a bit in focus, and the one on the left is a little bit softer, but it's almost like a reflected variation of it. So I just love it. This year, Lensbaby announced their new Obscura lens, and I had the opportunity to go out with it and do some like samples and just play around with it. And the Obscura lens is kind of a lens that makes you think of a pinhole camera. It's really kind of based around that option. And it is using that kind of technology or lack of technology. It's a little pinhole, but on the Obscura, you have 3 options. And the one that I used the most on the 16 millimeter, which is the one that I had, was f90. And so f90 gave me softness, but also gave me some detail. And I also just kind of loved the mood that it helped to create. These were shot like late spring, I believe. So the trees haven't fully come back yet. And again, I'm playing with framing of the Space Needle. Now I'm using a different lens to achieve some different effects and mood. And then you add your editing into that, and you can really create something that is a little bit different. With these images, converting to black and white really made sense to me. Overcast days, kind of moody clouds, moody branches. It all just kind of tied in, and a black and white conversion for both of these just made sense. And obviously these are different angles and perspectives, highlighting again the Museum of Pop Culture on the right with the Space Needle and those stairs. So we've got lines leading you towards the Space Needle and the Museum of Pop Culture. And on the left, we have those branches framing up the Space Needle. So thinking about different ways to have your vision, your perspective of iconic spaces is really important. And it doesn't have to be iconic. You know, maybe you live in a small town, you know, photographing your small town daily will push you to try different perspectives and angles, and going out to the same place over and over again, you know, quarterly or monthly to see how that place changes with the seasons is also another approach you can consider. So we have a couple more from Seattle Center. So we have the Space Needle. We have the tram that goes from Seattle Center to downtown Seattle. That's moving. And that is going through the Museum of Pop Culture, which I'll show you in just a second. But here I'm still using that Obscura lens. It's adding this softness, it's adding this moodiness to it that just really ties into that wintry time of year. Now, you could use the Obscura any time of year, of course, but here it really kind of like, it all kind of just worked for me. And with that Obscura lens, because it's closing down my aperture, it let me get a slightly slower shutter speed so I could play around with some movement because the train is moving through the scene. And one more from that spot is just a variation, but I loved all the vibrant colors here. The Museum of Pop Culture has layers of blues and metals, reds and greens and purples. So a lot of times I will not always convert those images to black and white. But here, those colors, those tones really worked well together. And I've got the train going through that building, heading away from Seattle Center on its way to downtown. And this shutter speed's slightly slower. This is handheld. It's not going to be super sharp because it's handheld. But I really loved the effect that I was able to achieve in combination of the Obscura with the movement of the train. And it just kind of all works for me and it's fun. Love that line, love that motion blur. Had a ton of fun with the Obscura at Seattle Center. Transitioning to different kinds of travel that you might do, I love to take road trips. And a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, I did a road trip from Seattle down to LA to visit some family and friends. And along the way, I went through Joshua Tree National Park. And Joshua Tree is probably one of my favorite parks in the US. It's filled with rock formations and these amazing, weird, funky, awkward trees. I feel like no tree is alike often. They all seem to have a little bit of character. And with these, the one on the left was shot at sunset. So while the sun is starting to come down and getting a little bit of golden hour before it disappears. And then the one on the right was actually shot at sunrise. I don't know about you, but when I travel, I have a tendency to get up really early in the morning and want to go be at places when the sun is going to come up so that I can get that amazing golden light. And here, both of these honestly have very little editing because that golden hour, especially for that image on the right, was so golden. I didn't have to do a lot to the image. But on these, I loved playing around with the Sol 45. It's kind of like almost a mini tilt shift lens in that you can kind of use it more straight on where there's not a tilt in it. And, you know, things are going to be in pretty sharp focus. But when you start to tilt it, you can really kind of blur the edges and pull your viewer to certain parts of the frame. And so in both of these, you can kind of see I was tilting it up towards having sharpness of the trees themselves and getting some cool cloud blur in the background and almost motion blur in the foreground on each of these. And the Sol 45 is also great for the people who love to travel because it's tiny. And there's a Sol 22 as well, but I had the Sol 45. But I just love kind of this softness. When I'm traveling, I'll tend to have like my traditional lenses and then one or two Lensbaby lenses so I can create some unique looks when I'm out in the world and also out in my city. All right, A couple more from that part of the country. The image on the left has a little bit of a funny story in that I had gotten into 29 Palms, which is the little town right at Joshua Tree. And it was like overcast, and I'm checking in my hotel, and it's raining, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna miss sunset. It always makes me a little bit sad to miss sunset, especially in places like this. And so I got settled into my room, and I'm like watching TV, and I heard the rain stop, and I kind of had the blinds open a little bit, and I could see that there was some interesting light happening, but it was also like right at sunset. So I look out the window, and I was like, whoa, this is so vibrant. So I grabbed a couple of cameras, and I popped outside and just took photos like right outside my hotel room of the sky and put these palm trees into silhouette. And what I loved about the Sol 45 for this shot is that I could blur those trees in the bottom. You can see there's one off in the distance, and they almost look a little bit like the sky is on fire, right? Like the trees are really glowing. And then we have that detail of the palm trees as they're higher, and then just those layers of clouds with all of these tones. I just really kind of love it, to be honest. It's probably one of my favorite images that I made on that trip. And now I could have gone into the park, but I knew that this light was going to be gone before I got to any interesting spots in the park, because I've been to that park a couple of times. So I was like, I'm going to take advantage of this light. And sometimes you just never know what'll happen. So be prepared to maybe pop outside when there's a rainbow happening outside your window. You might not get the most epic photo out of it, but having, kind of your gear ready to go is always a good idea. The image on the right was at sunset in Joshua Tree, I believe the next night on that trip. And again, the Sol 45 just let me really have focus blur on certain things, but sharp focus on the top part of that tree, especially the right side of it. And I just also love playing around with silhouettes. So having that exposure for the background to make sure things aren't really overblown, or that exposure on the background with the shot on the left gets you some really cool colors. And you really can kind of like define shapes when they're silhouetted like this. So it is a technique that I love to play around with. Shifting gears a little bit to a different kind of landscape. Here in South Washington, we have Mount Rainier. And this was taken I guess 2 summers ago. Again, with everything that we've been through the past year and a half, everything feels like it was just last year, but it was really maybe 2 years ago. But here I was using the Trio 28, and you can kind of see some of the softness on the sides there. There's good focus and detail on the top of the mountain. And normally I'll play around with my perspectives and get a little bit of a different angle. So this is more your traditional landscape formulation, but a lot of times I will look at images and say, can I crop that square or do a vertical composition just to see how that looks? And I really like the square composition here because of how the trees are kind of in and out of the scene. We've got a little bit of that blur in the foreground, but still good, detail on the mountain. Now let's transition to a little bit of street photography. Slide is called Taking It to the Street. So this was shot in Chinatown here in Seattle. And when I started to do this workshop, this is part of a workshop I put together actually a couple of years ago, I didn't immediately think about Lensbaby for street photography, but then I took the Sol out and I was like, oh, this is really cool because it can be very directional and then create leading lines and bring focus into areas through moving the Sol around to create very specific and intentional compositions. So, I love this guy here. There's distracting elements, but he's pretty sharp. Those trees behind him, there's a great leading line there. And he's just walking through on his phone. But with that Sol, I was able to blur some of the edges and take some of those distractions away, which is kind of cool. Popping back over to Dubai for a minute, sometimes when we're wandering around, we happen across moments that look kind of interesting. And this guy, taking a selfie at the waterfront there was an unusual kind of scene. So I went for it and grabbed it with the 28, the Trio 28. And then heading back to Seattle, again, playing around with being able to kind of intentionally blur the sides or the top and the bottom really worked out for several shots that I got down there. Now, it is more challenging to do manual focus photography for street photography, but this is where having some patience and composing a scene and waiting for your person to walk into the scene can be really beneficial. So with street photography, I always encourage people to kind of be patient, slow down, and just take your time with it. You know, you might not nail every shot that you're going for, but if you have that patience, if you wait for things to unfold, you will definitely get some interesting things. Like this woman walking through the scene, she's, you know, not even looking at me. She's looking very intentional in a direction going my way behind me, right? And then that whole background is blurred out in a really cool way. Going back to Chinatown, you know, this guy's waiting for a break or something like that and hanging outside one of the shops down there, one of the restaurants. These guys, now this is definitely a challenging technique, right? They are on the move. I think my most troubling worry about this shot is the fact that they are not looking in the direction that they are facing and driving. But it's a well captured moment in time, right? Hopefully no one got hurt after that one. We've got characters at Pike Place Market, and you know, we have enough of the elements in focus, and then we have that cool blur happening. One more from downtown Seattle. And like I said, you're not going to nail focus. The guy in my shot is not in focus here. The bins behind him are in focus. So just know that's okay, right? We can try again. We might be able to get that person in focus on the second one, but they might already be gone. So having some patience and knowing not every time it's going to work is okay. I have tons of failed photos for sure. Now I want to show off some photos with the Omni filter system. This is obviously kind of a newer product for Lensbaby. I think it's been out for about 2 years. I think it came out in 2019, late 2019. And I'm going to tell you, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I'm buying it, because I love playing around with different kinds of techniques and crystals and reflections and all of this stuff. And so I bought... Actually, I own the whole kit. Let me just say that. I own all of it now. So this year, they came out with these cool mirror ones. And what's great about them is, like, I'm a person, I always look for reflections. On a sunny day, on a rainy day, I look for puddles, I look for windows, and I want to reflect things that are interesting for me to photograph. But do that in some kind of reflection. I do this a lot. I have a ton of fun with it. And again, it's another way that you can create an image that stands out, that's a little bit different. Well, they came out with these mirror wands this year, and there's a kind of a smoke gray one, and then there's a golden one. And so immediately in my pocket, I now have a mirror that I can reflect. And of course, I could probably use the mirror from my, makeup, but this is easier. This is part of the Omni Kit system. I can attach it to my lens with the rings, and it can just be in one place. But this is super fun. So I love, again, playing around with those reflections. And here I've got the public market sign. I've got that reflected. I've got the van reflected. It's a little bit chaotic and I love it. So playing around with these mirrors and other tools in the Omni filter system can get you some different results. And again, give you some opportunities to capture things that are photographed a ton, but do it in a different way. Make that work stand out and have fun with it. Here's a different public market sign that's probably the second most photographed sign at Pike Place. And here I'm using the golden wand, the golden mirror on the left image and reflecting the building that's off to my right. So Sur La Table is off to the right, and it's being reflected into and under the market sign. And then we have these two young ladies walking into the scene, right? So with that, I have an interesting, unique framed street photograph highlighting one of the most iconic signs in the Seattle public market. So that's pretty cool. And then you don't just get one. I had to play with this for a while. So I did one with just the silver mirror and reflected the sky and that market sign below the sign and just had a ton of fun with it. So that's part of that blue that you're seeing in the foreground on the right. So anyhow, if you get into the Omni filter system, it's super fun to play around with. When with the original system, I had done a night photo walk at the holidays. I believe this is actually from last holiday season. And so I used a couple of different options to create, again, unique images of Pike Place Market. And everyone who was with me was like, oh, what is that? What is that? And so I'm like passing them around, letting everybody try and play with them because they're so much fun. So the image on the left, I was using the stretch glass, and the stretch glass is part of the original kit. So if you're thinking you just want to dive in with the first kit, this is in there. And one side is kind of flat and one side is a little bit rounded. And you can play around with these kinds of reflections with that. You can also stretch things, and I'll show you that in just a moment. I love the rainbow foam. So the rainbow foam is kind of a piece of plastic, and I use this probably the most, honestly. But it can create rainbows as it catches the light, and then sometimes in the right position it can also create these reflections. So here I got like 3 or 4 reflections of the market sign, and it's just so fun. For playing around with the stretch glass more, again thinking about things like the public market sign, that's probably one of the most photographed signs in Seattle. How can I do it differently? So here I'm playing with the stretch glass and pulling that sign up and out of the air. It's really cool. And the image on the right is some of the holiday decorations that they set up in downtown Seattle every year around Christmas. And there's other holiday lights and street lights, and just playing around with like micro adjustments with the stretch glass or any of these filters will give you some really cool effects. So a ton of fun with those. So that's a lot of images about and using a variety of pieces of gear for things that we might not normally think about using them for. So I hope that's been inspiring so far, but I'm not done. I want to talk a little bit about storytelling and having you share your story of a trip, of a place, of your home, of your life, whatever makes sense. Part of photography is being a storyteller. Part of photography is sharing your voice with the world. And what I wanted to do was just share a handful of images created on a different trip that I did from Seattle to the Washington coast. And just this short sequence of images come together to share what I saw and experienced on that trip. And so when we think about capturing moments in time and telling our stories, this is what we have. So starting with being on the ferry and capturing that water behind the ferry, right? It's choppy. Here I was using the Trio 28. There's elements in focus and elements out of focus. And it looks like the choppy water, you know that there's action happening here. And I just kind of love the layers of color and texture. And then as I was wandering around the ferry, transitioning to a calm shot. We've got snow-capped mountains in the background. We have that softness on the edges from the Trio, and from there's bits of clarity in the middle onto the mountains. So that would be the velvet setting on that. And I just love how like choppy that first shot is and how calm this one is. When we got to Ruby Beach, which is one of 3 or 4 different rocky beaches along the Washington coast, I found this formation and I was like, okay, I'm going to take this and I am going to play into the mood. This was captured in July, by the way, which the joke in the Pacific Northwest, especially the Seattle area, is we don't get summer until after the 4th of July. So this was like July 2nd or 3rd, I think, and it was totally overcast and rainy and dreary. And I was like, well, this is the weather we have, so I'm going to play into it. So by using the Lensbaby lenses, I can add even a little bit more mood to that, okay? And I love, again, you heard me talk about this, playing around with the reflections and showing either more sky or more water, depending on my mood or depending what's happening with those elements. The other thing I really kind of got focused on was playing with this water even more, and things got moodier. It became a bit more overcast. And I was using a tripod and getting some slower shutter speeds a little bit. But by using the Lensbaby lens, I was really able to create like this softness that I loved. You've got that point of focus in the middle. You've got detail on those rock formations and some of the waves, and then it's just like soft and it falls off. And so for this and the next few images, I did a black and white conversion because it felt right for the mood. It was very monochromatic in color, and I was just like, I'm gonna convert this to black and white and kind of play with the tones and stuff a little bit. So here we have this shot, and then as I was wandering around the areas looking for different compositions, I kept finding these little nooks of texture and smoothness from the tide coming and going out. And so I got a little bit obsessed. When we think about telling a story, getting that wider angle shot and getting detail shots all become part of that story. And in something like this, we have detail, we have shape, we have texture, we have form, we have sharpness, we have softness. But like I said, I got a little obsessed, so I kept photographing in the same area, getting different compositions. Here we have more leading lines, we have different kinds of shapes and textures. And then on this one, we've got that rock formation in the background and the leading lines, and it just kind of is like this cross section that comes and goes and comes and goes. And like I said, I just got a bit obsessed with it. And I think that's one of the things that you can really consider if you are in the same place often. Like I said, I go to Seattle Center, or I go to the Space Needle, or I go to Pike Place Market a lot, because those are the things that are more popular destinations in my city. And especially if I want to get time in on street photography and things like that, those are kind of the places I love to go. But every time, how can I capture things differently? All right, so we're going to wrap this little presentation up and just kind of talk about the highlights. So perspective, change your perspective. Try to get something that you haven't seen before. Think about what resonates with you when you're in that place at that time. And that could be your local farmer's market. That could be photographing your family or your pet. That could be going to Bali for the first time. What resonates with you? What is your perspective? Thinking about your composition. How does composition play a part of the image? Being mindful of your composition helps elevate the work from snapshots to creating photographs. So for this image example, this is another image from the Grand Mosque in Abu Dhabi. And here, you know, sometimes maybe you don't want anyone walking in the scene, but I definitely wanted some photos of people walking in the scene. So you have to have a little bit of patience. You have to wait for that person to walk through and then freeze and be able to capture them. And here there's a sense of balance and repetition in this composition. So sometimes you might walk up to a spot and see a composition that is appealing to you, get that shot, and then wander around and find other opportunities. So timing, I talked about that a little bit. Timing for things like street photography is really crucial. So prepare yourself as much as you can for that person walking into the scene, especially since our Lensbabies are manual focus. Focus peaking is a great thing to help you if you are on a mirrorless camera. So take a peek at that and try that for sure. Sharing a story. What's the story of your work? What is the story that you're trying to share? Anytime I go out and do one of these little mini photo walks, I like to kind of come home and put together 3 to 5 images that are like the highlight of that. These days I'm printing more and making little photo journals with those prints. And it's just a nice way to kind of be able to look back on those things, or even put a book together, say at the end of the year. I did that last year, made a book of 2020 that I sent to my family as a gift and close friends. A lot happened last year. I personally went through a lot last year, so I put a book together to share my story of 2020. Printing your work is definitely a great way to kind of get connected with it at a deeper level, for sure. And I didn't dive too far into light, but I think I talked about it a little bit. Early light, sunset. For street photography, I will say if it's a sunny day, I love to go out and do street photography in the middle of the day because I love those deep shadows. So think about the light. Think about the mood that you're going for. And sometimes like that trip to the Washington coast, the only light I had was overcast skies. So guess what? I traveled 4 hours each way. I'm going to use that light. So sometimes we use a light that's available to us. Sometimes we can add light to it. That's a different workshop. But if you're in the mood to be creative and it's a little bit drizzly, as long as your gear is going to be okay, I say get out in it and try that. Especially because you can find reflections. And it is interesting to see how the streets change with that rain, with that water. All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up. I want to thank everyone for watching the session. If you have any questions about Lensbaby gear, please feel free to send me a message on Instagram at Kate Haley. I hope you enjoy this session and this conference. Thank you so much.
Dreamy artistic images.
Emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra recognition and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscapes.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Well, Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2021, that is officially a wrap on the day. And I just want to say thank you to everyone still hanging in here, still with us, still being a part of this. It is greatly appreciated. And huge thank you to all of our speakers, to all of our guests, to all of the attendees, to the Lensbaby team, and to everyone else who has been a part of this. We honestly cannot thank you enough, and we can't wait to see all the incredible work that you do with your Lensbabies, all of the work that you share with us. And you know, at the end of the day, I think that a lot of people have, and I've seen in the comments, have taken away this idea that fear is kind of like the theme of this conference. And the reason why that is true is because, you know, at Lensbaby, our biggest thing is we want to empower creatives to face their fear, to create something extraordinary. You know, we live in this world where we are in such a box, and everyone always says, this is how you create, this is how you should do things. And we argue that maybe that's not true. And so it is with great appreciation that we thank you for being here. We thank you for watching. Again, all these replays will be up in the coming days and weeks for all of our channels on social media, on lensbaby.com, on YouTube, on the whole nine. And we hope that you'll share this information with people. The reason this conference is free, it's the same thing I said when I opened this up 4 whole days ago, which is crazy. I know some of you guys have been here with us nonstop, still people watching 3 o'clock in the morning, wherever you are in the world. It's the same thing I opened this with, is we want education to be free because we want to empower you to come and figure out how to step into what's next in your photography journey. You know, it would be easy to charge for this, but we want information to be accessible to you, not only because we believe in it, but because I'll tell you this, in my own journey, you know, there was a time when Creative Live was a huge part of my growth as a professional photographer. And, you know, being in these rooms with photographers like these amazing speakers helped me so much in my career and my journey. And a big part of the reason I created this event last year was I wanted to give that back to this community. So on behalf of everyone here at Lensbaby, thank you all so much for being here. And until next year, everyone, shoot extraordinary. We'll see ya.